the beat. I can feel the release. Can't you feel the release? Release.
show fear, even in my eyes. I will always rise in wildfires. I ain't never been scared, even through my tears. I will always care in wildfire.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I kindly ask you to stand up to welcome His Serene Highness Prince Albert II of Monaco. Your Serene Highness, Minister of State, President of the National Council, Ministers, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the ReOcean Fund launch event. The ocean absorbs 25% of all CO2 emissions, making it the largest carbon sink, or at least an important carbon sink, a vital buffer against the impacts of climate change. Protecting our oceans is hence a pillar in the effort to create a more sustainable future. Today, the Prince Albert II of Monaco Foundation and Monaco Asset Management are thrilled to announce that they are coming together, joining forces to launch the ReOcean Fund, a private equity fund dedicated to supporting Sustainable Development Goal number 14, which, as you all know, is protecting life below water. How? By investing in high-impact, innovative companies who not only reduce key sources of pollution in the ocean and transform the way we produce blue foods and travel the ocean, but also companies who protect marine ecosystems and provide robust data to stakeholders. Now, all of this information that you will be hearing here on stage, you will find it on the fund's website, reoceanfund.com. This is therefore a pre-launch event, if you will, a first peek into what's set to become a catalyzer of the next generation of blue innovations. This event is happening, as you all know, as part of the Monaco Ocean Week, which started yesterday and is running until April the 26th, excuse me. And it offers a unique platform not only for discussion and experience sharing, but also for tech experimentation. Without further ado, please welcome His Serene Highness Prince Albert II of Monaco.
Thank you, Mr. Minister of State, ministers, excellencies, distinguished guests, all protocol observed, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, thank you for being here today for the launch of this important initiative, the Monaco Re-Ocean Fund. For us, it is invaluable to see your support, your commitment, as well as that of the entities that you represent. The ocean needs us. The ocean needs you. It needs you because it is in danger due to our activities, human activities. And because the dangers it faces also threaten the entire natural balance of our world. The ocean needs you because humankind is increasingly relying on it to provide food, to find new resources, to create a new development paradigm. The ocean needs you because it will not be able to respond to these needs if we are unable to demonstrate innovation in order to bring about a genuine blue economy. We need to learn how to use the seas more efficiently by drawing on sound scientific expertise, by being creative and showing audacity, and of course by getting economic players involved. Such is the purpose of the Monaco Ocean Week. This event is very much a part of it. And every year, the Monaco Ocean Week offers diverse and complementary experts the opportunity to meet, to exchange views, and to work together on new and sustainable solutions. And this is the purpose of the Re-Ocean Fund we are launching here today. In order to pool new resources for the future of our seas, and which will be the result of a partnership between Monaco Asset Management and my foundation. Whether the future is placed under the label of irresponsible predation, destruction of ecosystems, pollution, and global warming, or on the contrary provides an opportunity to regenerate the ocean, to foster its resilience, to protect the most sensitive areas, and to help mitigate the effects of global warming more effectively, it is up to us, collectively. There's no shortage of projects for this, whether it be aquaculture, sustainable fishing, renewable energies, the creation of marine protected areas, the reduction of sources of pollution, or the development of various products and molecules derived from algae, among others. There's no shortage of energies either, as we have seen throughout the course of this week, and we will see in the days to come. The various workshops, the various discussion groups and seminars that are organized. So I hope that there will be no shortage of ideas, as there will be no shortage of resources, and that today we will be able to mobilize them thanks to this Re-Ocean Fund. I thank you very much for your presence here today. Let's make this work together. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Highness. I'd now like to introduce someone who can testify to the importance of ocean preservation firsthand, as she is herself a marine biologist. Mina Epps is the director of the Ocean Program at the International Union for Conservation of Nature, which is a membership union uniquely composed of, on one hand, government, but also civil society organizations. Over at the IUCN, she oversees the operations and development of the program by seeking new partnerships, new strategic partnerships. Mina is also very much engaged in the global ocean agenda, participating in various management groups, boards, and high-level networks. Please welcome Mina Epps.
Monseigneur, Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mina Epps, and it's really my pleasure and honor to be here. So thank you very much for the Prince Albert Foundation for the invitation to come here to give you a few words on the state of our ocean. But we want everybody to leave this room as true, not just ocean champions, but ocean optimists. So we know that we heard more about the importance of the ocean. IUCN recognizes this. We have a long-standing relationship with the Prince Albert Foundation, who has supported a lot of our important work that we do. We have an ocean ambition, really to address the decline of marine biodiversity, to restore marine biodiversity in the ocean that we are so dependent on. It's seen about a 40% decline in the last 50 years. We also work on not just the protection and conservation, but also the sustainable use, and really to try to look at unlocking potentials and sustainable blue economy that's based on principles of equity. We also then try to look at the ocean, emerging science in terms of, ocean's key role in our planetary stability. So we know that the ocean, we know that it occupies 70% of our planet, but it's actually much more than that. If you think about it as the ocean space, 3-dimensional or 4-dimensional, it's more than 90%, almost 95% of our planet. So we need to protect it. We've heard an excellent examples of the services that the ocean provides, like absorbing the excessive CO2, absorbing excessive heat at 90%. If we didn't have the ocean, we'd be 36 degrees warmer. But ocean acidification, yes, it has absorbed more than almost a third of CO2, but we don't want the ocean to continue to provide these kind of services. So we really need to kind of think about what is it that we have to do. We know overfishing is one of the major problems of our ocean. Still, a third of fish stocks are overfished. Plastic pollution, the millions and trillions of tons that are being dumped into the ocean, breaking up. And even if we stop producing all plastic today, the plastic will still be in the ocean for generations to come with implications. IUCN was actually one of the pioneers to do a study to look at the implications of plastic pollution, micro and nanoplastic in the Arctic. And it actually had an effect on the ice formation and ice melting. So plastic pollution can also exacerbate the negative impacts of climate change. So the climate change impact, we talked about ocean acidification, ocean warming, but also deoxygenation. So our ocean is becoming ultimately more breathless, sour, and warmer. And deoxygenation, a change in 1 or 2% on average, might not seem like a big deal. But there can be regional differences with deoxygenation hypoxic zones, which have 30 or 40%. We've talked, and that has implications, particularly on our commercial species like tuna. Tuna are fast-swimming species. They need oxygen-rich waters. So we're seeing a migration of species from the equator to the polar regions. They are migrating to more nutrient-rich waters that actually, or colder water that holds more dissolvable oxygen. So that is the strange that we have all this cocktail of multi-climate stressors on our ocean. Marine heat waves, we know about it on land. It happens in the ocean. A marine heat wave is an excessive, as a mass of water which is warmer than average temperature for a longer period, and it moves. So you can have this bulb of water hitting the coast, and that will have implications for businesses. If you're an aquaculture industry, you don't want to put out your seedlings if a marine heat wave is on its way. So, with that said, we need to restore our ocean health. And by doing that, we need to, firstly, remove the threats, build resilience, and enhance recovery, and we need to do that fast. And we need to be creative. We need to be creative. As Albert Einstein said, after all, creativity is intelligence having fun. So we need all of you here, not just with your bright ideas, minds, but we need also that capital. We need to basically have that early investment. So we need to look at what are the solutions for our ocean going forward. There are a lot of things that are still unknown. We're talking about the deep seabed floor, which actually, we're talking about unlocking potentials. We don't want to unlock the carbon that's stored in our sediments. So I think that it's really, really key to work together on the early investment bankable project. IUCN, we have a Blue Natural Capital funding facility that's worked with developers from all over the world to really make bankable smaller projects. But we need all kinds of investments going in from the early stage and so we can bring this to scale and talk about nature-based solutions. So I think that we really, really, really need to come together, and it's great to see that so many investors, philanthropists are here in the room and really looking more into the ocean space, because the blue economy is the fastest growing economy that we currently have. So we need to actually really capitalize on that, but make sure that we do it in a sustainable way. We need to basically unlock the potential, but make sure that's there. So bringing more of this capital to venture capitals, bringing forward ideas, and I think is really, really welcome to have this Re-Ocean fund. And really a warm congratulations to you all. And we look forward to continue to collaborate with you and to see all these amazing solutions that will come on to develop in the ocean space. A survey actually revealed that 9 out of 10 investors are willing to invest in the ocean, but they don't really know how to do it. So we need to think about creative ways, whether it's seaweed, we've got kelp, very vulnerable. One marine heat wave knocked out 95% of the kelp ecosystem in Tasmania. So it's urgent, and we need to fast track it and accelerate it. And once again, really my honor to be here with you today on behalf of IUCN, and thank you so much for the invitation and for your pioneering work. The Prince was actually, His Highness was one of the first to pioneer and really get the message out on ocean acidification. So we really thank you for that support. Thank you so much. And last but not least, 2/3 of the ocean we cannot forget is the high seas. We are just really here to also to celebrate that we finally have a treaty that will allow us to create marine protected areas in the high seas to reach that goal of 2030. And to make sure that no human activity goes ahead without sound environmental impact assessment. So we have a lot of work, so the journey begins now, but let's also take a moment to celebrate. It's long overdue, the high seas, we need it, because what happens out there affects us in the coast, and about 1/3 of the population lives on the coastlines. So once again, thank you very much, and I don't want to take up too much of your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mina Epps, for your insightful presentation. Now, you all know now that the Rio-Ocean Fund is really a unique collaboration between, on one hand, a solid fund and the other, an experienced foundation. To give you some background, Monaco Asset Management was founded in 1999, and it specializes in discretionary and advisory asset management for both institutional and private clients. With 6 billion euros under management, Monaco Asset Management is really a benchmark in the Monegasque financial market. And while investing across a large array of asset classes, MAM has spent really the last 7 years in developing its private equity practice. And in that area specifically of private equity, MAM has more than 1 billion euros committed capital and has concluded over 40 direct investments. Meanwhile, the Prince Albert II of Monaco Foundation was founded by His Serene Highness in 2006. It's a global NGO that's dedicated to progressing planetary health for both present and future generations. The goal, of course, is to also promote a new relationship with nature and the innovations that can trigger that change. And it works in 3 main geographical areas, the Mediterranean basin, the polar regions, and also the least developed countries. Let's now dig a little bit deeper into the vision behind this new project. Please welcome Olivier Wenden, Vice President of the Foundation, and Anthony Toriani, Founder and CEO of MAM. Thank you very much to the both of you to be here on stage with us today. We've just heard Mina Epps, really share her vision on ocean conservation, and also highlight the necessity to really value the services that it provides to human well-being as well, not only on the coast but also elsewhere. Before we dig into the details of the Rio-Ocean Fund, Olivier, could you please tell us a little bit more about how the foundation throughout the years has helped safeguarding the oceans?
Yes, well, thank you very much, Julia, and thank you to you all for joining us today for this very important moment in the development of the life of the foundation. We know your commitment to Monaco, we know your commitment to the foundation, and so your presence here today is very appreciated, but also extremely meaningful. So once again, thank you very much. But to come back to your very direct question, my answer is quite simple. Ocean is in the DNA of Monaco and of the foundation under your leadership, Your Serene Highness. Monaco is indeed an early mover when it comes to understanding and protecting ocean, the global ocean. Ocean conservation is also at the crossroads of the foundation mission statement, which is about addressing climate change, protecting biodiversity on land and at sea, but also preserving sustainable access to water resources globally. So since the inception of the foundation back in 2006, we have already supported 752 projects on the ground for a total amount of 100 million euros. So yes, you understood correctly, 752 projects on the ground for a total amount of 101 million euros in grants. That's quite a lot. And I would add that one of the main drivers of the foundation action is clearly bringing science to policy. And to achieve this goal, we have been working extensively with the most relevant scientific centers, universities, and leading organizations. So when you ask me precisely, what do you do to safeguard the ocean? The list is quite long. First and foremost, we fund research. And I'm happy that the foundation and the government of Monaco funded the red list of IUCN in that matter. We support the development of marine protected areas. We fight against climate change. We protect emblematic species at stake, like the bluefin tuna, the monk seal. But we also promote the emergence of new talents through grants programs, and the emergence of innovations through the Ocean Innovators platform that will be launched this afternoon. So I would say that over the past 17 years of existence, we have built quite a good track record of projects and achievements, quite a strong reputation and experience, if you allow me to, and also, above all, a very solid network of international partners, from scientists to decision makers, from representatives of NGOs to business leaders as well.
Now, historically, the foundation has really supported NGOs mostly. Why the sudden turn towards a fund?
Well, you are right. The foundation is a philanthropy, and yes, the majority of our activities is dedicated to supporting NGOs. And I would insist on the fact that philanthropy plays indeed a key role, and namely in bridging the gaps between the public and the private sectors. However, and the however is massive, philanthropy will not be enough to address the vast, the daunting and complex ocean challenges. Clearly not enough. And let me take just one striking figure. Only 1% of the global funding goes to SDG 14. 1% of global funding goes to SDG 14. And the last assessment of the World Economic Forum in its report, the 2022 one, the world needed to invest 175 billion US dollars per year until 2030 to achieve this goal. And the reality is tragic. In 2019, we only invested 10 billion euros on SDG 14. So again, philanthropy will not be enough to fill this phenomenal gap. So at the foundations, we have indeed two top priorities, again, scaling up, accelerating the existing solutions for a healthy ocean. And to do that, we need the private sector. Innovative solutions, blue tech, these are driven by the private sector indeed. I'll give you another example. We've launched in 2020 with the Paul G. Allen Family Foundation and Vulcan a blended finance mechanism. That's the Global Fund for Coral Reefs. So yes, there is a grant window working like traditional philanthropy, but there is also an investment window to help deploy the funds into existing companies. So to sum it up, I would say that with this positive experience, combined with the vast network of companies we have identified, plus, and Mina reminded us today, the political momentum, the High Seas Treaty, the 30 by 30, the plastic treaty that might come up, and also the extraordinary economic opportunities that Anthony will detail in a second, these three elements combined indeed convinced us that it was the right moment to launch a private equity fund with the leading asset management company in Monaco.
Well, thank you very much. And Mina, it was a very inspiring call to action, a very optimistic call to action. And I'm super happy to hear that 9 out of 10 investors want to invest in our fund. So thank you for that. Please give me their names and numbers, and I'll start with that. Yes, we hope many of you are in this room, actually. We heard from Olivier about the accomplishments of the foundation over these last 17 years, and they're absolutely amazing. And so I just want to thank Your Highness, Olivier, the foundation, for trusting us with that legacy. And we will definitely be working to make sure that we meet the history that you've already achieved. For us at MAM, well, we're totally committed to impact investing. And we've been doing so for some time, very much under the let's call it, chapeau of our Minister of Finance, Mr. Castellini. It's a big factor in finance in Monaco to be working towards durable finance and sustainable finance, and this is just one episode or one example of that, and I think the whole government is committed to it. I think, I really agree with Olivier that systemic change can only occur by supporting and helping catalytic private sector companies to achieve their missions. I think philanthropy, as you mentioned, is definitely very valuable. There's no doubt about it. It's part of the arsenal. But the multiplier effect comes from capital meeting innovation, meeting entrepreneurialism. If we get that multiplier effect, I think we've had examples of that in the technology sector. And I see no reason, as Mina said, the blue economy is the fastest growing economy in the world. Why not do the same thing in the blue economy that we've already achieved in technology? And I'm very much hopeful that this capital will go in that direction.
Now, Olivier, will the fund target specific sectors, and what do you think should be our priority today?
Well, yes, indeed, we will target sectors. And again, after analyzing the market, but also the positioning of Monaco and of the foundation, we have identified 5 verticals of investment, 5 sectors for which we believe there is a funding gap, but also with an interesting market size and an important growth. And these sectors are sustainable blue food, plastic pollution, green shipping, ocean data, and of course, ocean protection and restoration.
Now, Anthony, what kind of companies would you suggest then?
Well, there's a very active ecosystem in seed and in early stage ocean finance. What we are seeing now is some of the companies are graduating from that ecosystem and they're becoming more mature, more robust. And those are the companies, the larger companies, that we would like to support. We think they've got a proven business model, and we think they can make a big change and affect big change. And so from a sectoral point of view, we'll be looking at the larger sort of B-series type of investments. It's also important to know that this is not a fund of funds, and we are not a private equity fund. What we are is co-investing. We're co-investing with an ecosystem and a universe of funds that already exist. And that's a very important, and from our mapping of the market at this point, we've been able to identify already 50 funds that are involved in our verticals, and they have 500 companies which are suitable for investment for our type of approach. So I think the expansion of that was going to give us more and more opportunities going forward.
Now, this is something we're going to touch on later on during several discussions and roundtables. Why is it so important to embark the local community?
Well, precisely,
the local ecosystem.
I understand, and precisely because these verticals align perfectly with the foundation's projects, but also impact priorities. But they also align with the local ecosystem. And if I may, what's a better proof of concept than the Monaco Ocean Week itself, which has revealed Monaco as a hub for ocean conservation and blue tech, around the government of Monaco, Monaco Tech, the foundation, of course, the Oceanographic Institute, the Scientific Center of Monaco, and the Yacht Club of Monaco. All these Monaco-based entities have revealed a major competitive advantage when addressing ocean challenges, research, and innovation. So what we strongly believe, is that many opportunities will arise to implement here in Monaco some of the solutions that the companies funded by the fund would have developed. But in addition, we also believe that the blue tech companies based in Monaco will benefit for their development and growth from the fund itself. So the big picture here is really to find a full coherence in Monaco, or in other words, to walk the talk on preserving ocean health.
Now, Anthony, could you be a little bit more specific on the actual characteristics of the fund?
Yes, of course, we're going to be investing directly into companies, and these will all be in the 5 verticals that we follow. The fund will have an expected size of 100 million euros. We will have a term of 10 years, fairly classic private equity term. We'll have an investment period of 5 years, and we intend to invest in chunks of 3 to 5 million, which would imply 15 to 20 companies, which also allows us some follow-on capital for any new investments into the companies we've invested in. Geographically, we are concentrated, of course, where the most funds are, which is in Western Europe, in the North America, and the United States. But we're totally open to investment in any of the global areas, wherever the opportunities arise. We'll be looking at that opportunity.
So it's, just to sum it up, a 100 million target fund with an investment size average of about 5 million in the 5 verticals that Olivier was just detailing a minute ago. How do you intend to work together with these two different expertise that are coming together?
Well, the methodology is clearly based on the two complementary expertise. So yes, the fund was co-designed and will be co-managed between MAM and the foundation. And as far as the foundation is concerned, we will open our network of scientists and technical experts in the 5 verticals mentioned. And by doing so, we want science to remain at the heart of the due diligence process. And this is very central in our approach. Science at the heart of due diligence. We will also offer to the fund a growing network of our Ocean Innovators community, and I see very familiar faces in this room, so I hope and I'm wishing that we'll be collaborating a lot all together. And of course, Monaco Asset Management will bring the financial expertise, but I'm sure Anthony will say it better words than I could.
Well, thank you very much again. I think Julia mentioned we've $1 billion committed to private equity, 40 investments we've made in direct investments. In doing so, we've created the infrastructure, the personnel, the staff, the network, etc., that allows us, we believe, to participate in sourcing new investment and due diligencing new investment. So that'll be our principal function, is actually finding the investments that the funds are doing and co-investing with them. Subsequently, of course, it is a fund, and there's going to be an operational aspect to that as well, which is very important. So we at MAM have created funds in the past, so we're familiar with the structural issues, the challenges. We're familiar as well with, the need to choose world-class counterparties for administration, for custody, for all the different functions that exist. So we have a long experience in that, and that'll be a very, very important function. But I don't want to believe that at any point just the two organizations think that we can do this alone. In fact, we're surrounded by a great network and a virtuous circle of consultants, for instance. We're working with Impact, we're working with Systemic, we're working in due course with the Oceanographic Museum, and we're working with top 4 consulting companies, McKinsey and Bain. We have a tremendous access to this information through the network of the foundation, and so I think it's important to know that we will always be relying on experts for that, and of course to our expert committees and our impact committees. And finally, of course, the most important, let's say, partner to MAM will be the funds with whom we invest. These funds are bringing immense resources, they're bringing capital, they're bringing expertise, and we're going to benefit and leverage from that capital. So, thank you.
Thank you. Olivier, the aspect of governance is also key. Could you perhaps detail that aspect specifically?
Absolutely, Anthony, you just tackled that question a bit, but just to sum it up, governance is always fundamental, and the fund will be structured around 3 governing bodies: an impact committee consisting of experts in the 5 verticals, an investment committee, of course, but also an advisory committee gathering high-profile personalities to help us source the best economic and financial opportunities.
Now, you were saying that the fund will be on impact, right? It's going to be based on trying to measure that impact. We know how difficult it is. What will be your methodology?
Well, again, it's difficult, but it's central. So we carefully designed this impact measurement framework to guarantee to comply to the highest regulatory standards. 2 points here. First of all, to make sure that the fund will contribute to its own environmental objectives, first and foremost, but also that the fund will invest in companies with a very good governance standards. And again, we attach so much importance to the environmental impact of the investment that we decided to grant a veto right to the impact committee over the investment committee. In other words, it means that if a doubt exists on a potential harmful impact of an investment on marine ecosystems, or should we have a social or ethical question, the investment will simply not occur. So as Anthony said, we will not be working on our own here, and we will also collaborate with Impact Group, a specialized financing impact firm. And Impact Group will for instance, lead the monitoring and reporting activities such as the Impact Annual Report. Last but not least, this impact measurement framework will be harmonized with key performance indicators as part of the Ocean Impact Navigator, which is a newly developed tool by 1,000 ocean startups linked to the World Economic Forum.
Now, I said this in the introduction, but this is almost a pre-launch event. What lies next in the coming weeks or months to come?
Well, in the second quarter, we'll finalize terms and conditions, and we'll finalize the structural issues of the fund. And in the third quarter, we'll begin to fundraise. We'll do a soft close at around 60 million euros sometime in the fourth quarter. Of that 60 million euros, at least 50% and probably 2/3 is already committed. We will subsequently look to do a final close in 2024, sometime in the third or fourth quarter of 2024. And we're very, very excited by this. We think that the economic potential for investors is immense. We think that the impact it'll have on the oceans is also immense. So we really encourage anybody in this room, you may be investors, you may be funds, you may be individual companies. My CIO, Jeremy Jeunet, is here. I'm here. Olivier is here. Please contact us. We need to be in touch with you, and we need to prepare to invest this money in the fourth quarter of 2023. So thank you very much.
Yeah, well, I will say, let's go. The moment is right now, and we know the urgency. 2030 targets is in less than 7 years. We need to act now. I think we've got the right partners, the right tools, the right potential partners. And let me already thank those of you who have already expressed a strong interest in joining us in this tremendous endeavor. It's really appreciated. Thank you to all of you who decided to join us today to hear more about the ReOcean Fund. So we'll be happy, Anthony and I, to pursue the conversation during cocktails served on the terrace of this beautiful venue. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you so much, Your Highness, for your participation, and Ministry of State. Thank you for your attention, and thank you very much, Julia.
Thank you as well. Thank you. Here.
compliqué. Test, test. Ladies and gentlemen, can everyone please come and move into the house? We're about to start this first session of the Ocean Innovators platform. Everyone, please come into the house and take your seat. We'll begin in just a minute. Ladies and gentlemen, hello, welcome. Please, everyone, come take your seats. Welcome to all of you to the beautiful Monaco Yacht Club for the 4th edition of the Ocean Innovators platform. Today's event is one of many that's taking place during this Monaco Ocean Week, but it's particularly unique in the fact that it's entirely dedicated to innovation and cutting-edge technology, all in the hope of conserving the world's marine resources and oceans. My name is Jeannie Godula. I'll be your MC for the next 2 days as we focus on the essential role of entrepreneurship and investment to develop a sustainable blue economy. First of all, we'd like to say a big thank you to the sponsors of this year's Ocean Innovators platform, Coty and Barclays Private Bank Monaco. We're so grateful for your support, so thank you so much. Coming up for you, a series of sessions bringing together the brightest and the best innovators backed by the co-conveners of today's event. Thank you as well to all of our co-conveners, including 1000 Ocean Startups, Ocean Hub Africa, Sustainable Ocean Alliance, Blue Action Lab, Uplink, the innovation platform of the World Economic Forum, and the Solar Impulse Foundation. Now, you all know how important it is to get the sustainability message out in the world, so throughout the day, all today and all tomorrow, please feel free to use the hashtag, which should be up there, MOW23. Also, please tag the Prince Albert II of Monaco Foundation to help promote this important event on social media. Today's event is also being streamed online on the Swapcard platform and on YouTube. I'd like to take a moment now to welcome all of our guests who are joining us from all over the world. You will all be able to ask your questions of our many panelists at the end of each session, either here in person or via the platform if you're joining us online. And with that, it's time now to get started with some words of welcome from the organizers of the Ocean Innovators platform. Please welcome the CEO of the Prince Albert II of Monaco Foundation, Olivier Wendin. Thank you, Olivier.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, I can't believe it's a year already when we launched for the first time this beautiful platform. It's a blessing having you here today, and it's an honor for me and a big, big pleasure to open officially the Ocean Innovators Platform 2023, which is becoming a central event of the Monaco Ocean Week, thanks to the support of Coty Group and Barclays Private Bank. Thank you dearly for your presence and for believing in the power of innovation to better protect the global ocean. I think we all know how crucial the situation of the ocean is for the global climate, and we know that to achieve SDG 14 by the end of the decade and meet the goals of the Global Biodiversity Framework by the end of the decade too, philanthropy will not be enough. We need the private sector to scale up and accelerate the existing solutions, to implement the necessary change and finally launch the sustainable blue economy that we are all praising for. This is why it is urgent to develop innovation solutions and blue tech. This may seem self-evident, especially to you who are at the heart of these issues, but unfortunately, it is not the case. It is very often difficult to implement initiatives that reconcile innovation and sustainable development. If the projects exist, if the talents are available, and if the funds can be mobilized, as I think we'll see today, their promises often have difficulty being fulfilled. This is the case for marine renewable energies. This is the case for marine biotechnologies, which have such fertile prospects in terms of health, cosmetics, and the development of sustainable materials. This is also the case for food issues, for which the resources of the seas now offer indispensable prospects, provided that they are exploited in a more sustainable manner. This is also the case for maritime transport, which is now the lifeblood of our civilization and for which so much progress remains to be made. This is the case for coastal areas, which are already home to 2/3 of the world's population, often in close proximity to precious ecosystems. For these prospects to succeed, I believe that there is a threefold need. First, a need for funding.
Second, a need for expertise, because these marine environments obey to complex mechanisms. And third, a need to share data and feedback in an honest way, because the pooling of energy and the skills is the most effective accelerator that exists. And this is precisely why Prince Albert wanted us to be able to offer a place for dialogue to all those who still believe in progress. The Ocean Innovators platform therefore aims to be a forum of exchange, bringing together entrepreneurs, investment funds, bankers, and philanthropists around endeavors that structure and shape the blue economy. Of all the UN SDGs, SDG 14, the one dedicated to life underwater, is currently the least funded. Yet the world's ocean is probably one of the most fertile areas for progress, a new frontier to be discovered and preserved. And I therefore hope that our discussions will enable us to rediscover the meaning of progress for the seas, for the climate, and for the planet. Thank you.
Thank you, Olivier. We'll now hear from one of the main sponsors of this year's Ocean Innovators platform. Would you please welcome with me now the CEO of Barclays Private Bank Monaco, Gérald Mathieu.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Excellencies and dear friends, dear Olivier. It's an honor to be close to you again for this fantastic initiative, which is the Ocean Week. I want to start by saying also a big thank you to all of you. And I can tell you that being with you since the beginning of this day, I've received a lot of energy talking to entrepreneurs, investors, institutions, and we need that human energy to keep on going forward all together to really impact and protect the oceans. So really delighted to be here today for what is the third year of partnership for Barclays with the Foundation of the Prince, being part of this important discussion around protecting and regenerating the world's oceans. At Barclays, we know that we have an important role to play, and as such, our approach to environmental and social issues is now a fundamental part of our DNA as we seek to improve global sustainability. We know that our success will not only be judged by commercial performance, but also by our contribution to society and how we act responsibly for the common good and the long term. And from our research, we know that private wealth holders are keen to play their role to help address these urgent issues also. And I can tell you that talking to the next generation of clients, they are expecting us at Barclays to really be impacting big time, for sure. For most, they continue to adopt sustainable and impact investing as a new approach in this effort. It's increasingly becoming the new normal for investing. When investors were surveyed by Barclays at the end of 2019, on average, only 20% of portfolio was invested sustainably, only 20%. Now this average has increased to 32%. And in 5 years from now, we expect the average to reach 50%. Moreover, around 2 in 5 investors expect to have 80 to 100% of their portfolio invested sustainably. Investors are also becoming more eager to generate positive outcomes through impact investing rather than simply de-risking their portfolio by using ESG consideration. They've realized that their capital can make a big impact on the world. What we are seeing, however, is that for many families, interest is still ahead of action. And this is where we at Barclays have an important role to play. We spend time around 3 primary areas helping clients around education, ambition, and execution. Education in helping families understand the field and its terminology. Ambition, helping investors to decide what's important at a personal and family level, and then at a portfolio and family business level. And finally, execution, about adding new investments or converting existing ones, so they have a portfolio of high-quality, sustainable investment opportunities, enabling them to invest in the future and influence tomorrow with confidence. And we take our role, our responsibility in this very seriously. It's why, Olivier, the Monaco Ocean Week is so important to us. This is the opportunity to participate in lively discussion on fundamental topics and welcome our clients to some unique experiences like the Stellar program that's lined up over the next 2 days with the Ocean Innovators platform. Given today's discussion, I also wanted to touch briefly upon the blue economy, both a theme and opportunity for our clients, and for which we offer a number of things at Barclays. So let's be concrete. Our sustainable discretionary strategies invest in a number of companies that support our oceans as part of a broader portfolio of sustainable activities. We also provide direct investment opportunities linked to ocean economy thematic and through our partnership with a leading university fund program. Clients can have baskets of ocean-related companies constructed for them. Clients can also access relevant research from our sustainable and thematic research on a range of ocean topics. Dear Olivier, dear friends of the Foundation, in the name of Barclays Private Bank, I need to tell you I'm very proud to be part of the Ocean Week today. To meet the scale of challenges we face, we need a holistic approach encompassing governments, businesses, investors, philanthropists, and families working together to create a better, more sustainable future for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you again, Gérald Mathieu. Thank you again for the support of Barclays. Well, you all know we're all here today to promote innovation, something that is essential to better understanding and managing our oceans. Our first panel of experts now will set the stage for us today by telling us about blue ideas for a bold future, the most recent and the most successful advancements in ocean innovation. Coming up now, would you please welcome our speakers, Alexis Groskopf from Ocean Hub Africa, Ben Lesage from Sustainable Ocean Alliance, Jeff Stoic from Blue Action Lab, and Lisa Hubert from Mirova. This first session will be moderated by my colleague at France 24, Julia Seeger.
Thank you very much, Jeannie. So this is indeed, we're kicking off the very first roundtable of the Ocean Innovators platform. Thank you so much for being with us today. First, I'd like to introduce Alexis Groskopf, 1,000 Ocean Startups Steering Committee, but also the CEO of Ocean Hub Africa. It's an ocean impact catalyst with the mission to connect, inspire, and support entrepreneurs, but also researchers, businesses, and other stakeholders to accelerate the development and adoption of new sustainable solutions across Africa. That is quite an introduction. Lisa Hubert, thank you so much for being with us. You're an investment director for the Sustainable Ocean Fund of Mirova, which is a subsidiary of Natixis, and co-lead of the Ocean Impact Navigator Working Group, and we actually started hearing about it this morning. Hello and welcome. Ben Lesage, a global coordinator at Sustainable Ocean Alliance, SAO, which was founded by Daniela Fernandez in 2014, and it's the biggest platform of young ocean leaders as well, and you'll be speaking about that in a moment as well. And Jeff Stoic, co-founder of the Blue Action Lab, a coastal resilience platform where solutions are nurtured, tested, and deployed. Thank you as well. So let's start this panel by talking about technology. This is why we're here. We know that they're very important to be able to regenerate the oceans, but more precisely, what innovation do you think is promising? And of course, there are different sectors, different problems to tackle, but why is technology the key, and what, in your opinion, is one of the most promising field?
Shall I go first?
Please.
1 2 1 2. Can you hear me? Yes. Good question. There's two things. I think we've heard from Olivier this morning and just now again, that as much as, you didn't say it in those words, but as much as policy is an important driver of change and education is an important one as well, it's down to businesses to actually implement the change. And for those businesses to change, we need innovation, right? So technology can enable that type of innovation. And I think for that reason, especially given the pace and the scale of the challenges, we need disruption, and that's usually brought through innovation. And to your second question, and in all transparency, we just talked about it there in the corner, but there's been 3.8, I think, billion years of R&D in nature. So using biomimicry is an important way of finding inspiration to restore a balance between people, society, and nature and the ocean. So I think biomimicry is an example of what we should look at in terms of development, but obviously there's a wealth of different other technologies such as AI and digitally enabled technologies that are definitely bringing a lot of value in the disruption process that's definitely required in terms of carrying out sustainable and equitable businesses.
So looking for solutions in nature, it's definitely a humbling experience, biomimicry, to see sometimes the most powerful innovations are coming from nature itself. Maybe Ben, on this question.
Want to? Yeah. Not just to also answer your question on innovation, maybe try to zoom out a little bit and also try to ask ourselves the question, why are we here today? And when you compare with what happened, for example, 20 years ago, with the energy transition in the energy, and when you look today, where we are, all these electric batteries everywhere, the greening of our electricity generation, distribution, storage, etc. And now see that it's also happening. It's happening in our vertical, in the blue economy. You mentioned it. It's quite amazing, just to think that even 10 years ago, blue tech, ocean tech was not even a word, and that today it's happening. You said it, AI, blockchain, IoT, all these acronyms, technologies that have disrupted other industries, in the food industry, in the mobility, in the energy, name it. It's also coming to us, coming to the blue economy to break the status quo for good. So that's great news.
Thank you, Jeff.
Hello, welcome. Pleasure to be here. See so many friendly faces in the audience. So historically, I think the private sector has looked to government for signals, market signals, as to how to innovate. But what I think we're seeing now is governments more and more are looking to innovators, entrepreneurs, and the private sector for proof of concept for these solutions for existential issues that we're seeing. And so we're very excited to be partnered with Miami-Dade County and helping them set up their innovation authority that is doing just that, bringing the innovation and entrepreneurship of the private sector in-home and applying those solutions in critical jurisdictions such as Freeport, Grand Bahamas, where we're based, but also Miami-Dade County, San Diego, Los Angeles. So I think you're seeing a hybrid initiative between the public and private sectors.
Okay, and Lisa?
I'm going to add to what the other panelist has said is also innovation and technology to scale. We realize in certain subsectors, I'm mentioning for instance the aquaculture sectors in some countries are highly scattered, for instance. So how technology can also bring more farmers, for instance, on board to change practices, to have better farm management, water quality management, and so forth. And we think that technology is also helping a lot with scale. Also going back to maybe the kind of scarcity of financing for the sector, although we see plenty of other funds developing, and that's good signal. I would say the inflow of investment is still scarce compared to other sectors, and so we need this kind of catalytic effect of $1 invested in the sector to really generate a lot of impact, and that goes through scales, and technology is really helping with that.
So this morning, during the launch of the ReOcean Fund, we spoke about the fact that, philanthropy is definitely necessary, but finance also needs to come on board to be able to have that rapid technological change as well. Some of you have incubators, right? How do you decide on which technology to bet, on which startup to bet? What are your criteria? What's the methodology?
Keep it simple. The pipeline is embryonic. It's, the blue economy innovation is still in infancy. So we need to create, a lot of role models and sort of entice and motivate a lot of people to apply. So, and SOA is doing a brilliant job in this. We're looking at the team, the expertise, the passion. We're looking at the business, the vision, the business model, the market potential, because we need to have, we need those businesses to be sustainable, grow their activities, to grow their impact. And we definitely look at the ocean impacts, whether it's pollution, overexploitation, or climate change. What are those businesses as they deliver their product or services or helping mitigating in terms of ocean challenges? And definitely looking at technology, because we're talking about scalability.
Just one quick comment on what you just said. It's true, we were there 5 years ago, 2018, launching one of the first startup accelerator program for the blue economy, and since then, yes, we've been able to incubate, accelerate many startups. But again, just zooming out a little bit, let's say we have approximately 2,000 ocean startups in our database. I think it's also a number that Catapult, our friends in Norway, also released in their last Blue Economy report. And if you compare to climate tech, I was also in this space before joining SOA. It was 20,000 startups, so that's why similar answer to Alexis on our side, and looking at impact for us first rather than the technology itself.
The impact.
Same. Impact at scale, but impact at scale over the brief timeline that is needed to address the issues. So we're looking at industry-changing technologies, a shout out to Danielle and Veer Voyages, looking at clean shipping technologies. But also, we're very interested in enabling technologies that have high optionality, because the field is very much fluid, forgive the pun. But these technologies will be able to apply at various levels and various verticals.
Okay. We'll be talking about impact in just a minute, because it's essential. It's so hard to measure impact. We're going to dig into that in a moment. But I'd like to have your take on this, Lisa. How can startups, for instance, convince, because as you said, now it's startups convincing stakeholders to invest. So how can startups convince the financial sector to invest and to take that risk? Is it impact as well?
Yeah, it's a good question. I would say it's also the responsibility of the investors. So us as asset manager, we have to raise funding as well, right? Mm-hmm. I think the blue economy as a sector, package as a sector, is still fairly nascent, and we need to do a lot of pedagogy to really, for instance, some investors might see it as a very niche sector, and actually when you start, unfolding it, they realize that it's actually highly diversified. Looking at, from a risk perspective, for instance, very wide, just looking at, all the technologies, but then in terms of market, in terms of application, what it means if you're working on the technology to improve, the impact of the shipping industry, then behind it, you have the entire shipping industry, right? So it's quite large, and I think we need a lot of pedagogy for that. For instance, we're working with insurers as an asset manager. Insurers, they would be, thinking that it's a very small market, right? So we really need to teach in a way.
Walk them through.
Exactly, to really, make it, I would say, a bit more mainstream as a sector. It's also coming through indicators, and I think we're going to touch on that later on, like the need to have aggregated indicators at a sector level or even higher to really see, what it brings in terms of impact for the different subsectors, for the different SDGs, and so on.
So this is also something we heard this morning, but in the tech sector in general, there's always seed money, right? But when there's always, there's more seed money than other types of money, but when the company is a little bit more scaled up, when it's a little bit more mature, it's sometimes harder to get the funding. And this is where you come in, Lisa, because your fund is also directed towards a little bit more mature companies. Why is it important? And also, why is it that banks today sometimes have, a blue, let's say a blue program, but there are so many different fields in the blue economy. It's often in very known and identified public causes like overfishing, but not elsewhere. There aren't other programs.
So I think speaking of the banks in general, I mean, classic banks, they usually work with very classic sectors, right? So usually you would have agriculture on one side and maybe, you know, fishery and shipping. I think that's it. They're not really touching into more innovation and technology, so I think it's also harder for them. But then it means when a company is growing and they received, you know, the seed finance, the Series A, Series, you know, and later stage financing, if they need, you know, more financing, you know, for more mature stage, that's where, you know, I mean, now we have more and more funds. You know, we have our fund, we have this fund, you have Ocean 14, you have Sven as well, who can be looking at slightly more mature companies as well. So I think we're starting to fill the gap, but it needs, you know, really the sector really needs to grow together in terms of the different, you know, maturity of the companies. For instance, why insurers thinks blue finance is very niche, because you don't have a lot of listed companies, you know, on the stock market. So they basically think the sector itself is inexistent, beside maybe some, you know, salmon companies or some shipping companies. So I think, you know, really the sectors, the financial sector also needs to go together with, you know, the companies and all that ecosystem.
Now, I've been hearing,
Can I come in? Because I absolutely disagree. And it's going to be nice because we're going to have a conversation. I think very much in the blue economy, it was taken the wrong way around. And it was very much a top-down approach where, and in generally speaking in finance, it's a lot, I mean, don't quote me on this, but it's a lot easier to invest in a business that has a 150,000 USD monthly turnover than a business that is pre-MVP or just reached MVP, minimum viable product stage, prototype stage. So because we didn't know much and we still don't know enough about the oceans, there's been more money in more established businesses that are leveraging ocean resources than trying to build a pipeline. And I think this one of the reasons actually for 1,000 ocean startups, trying to bridge that gap, trying to create a continuum from ideation to growth stages with funding. Today, my impression, but I'm a bit biased, I must say, is that there is a lack of funding in the nursery, in building the pipeline. And we can understand where it comes from. Again, we can only create solutions to problems we thoroughly understand. And we don't really understand everything about the ocean and what's happening out there. So I'm not blaming the financial sector, but there was very much a top-down approach and a lack of bottom-up. So je me porte en faux, I'm sorry, but I think there's a gap.
This is what we're looking for. We're looking for a conversation. If you don't agree with each other, say so.
Yeah, I think we need more money at earlier stages, indeed, in the blue economy.
It's not a competition, though.
Oh, it's not a competition. We're very much partners.
No, I do indeed think we need both, and we've just recently launched our Blue Action Accelerator, focused on seed and pre-seed companies, a little bit of a carve-out for growth companies that are a good fit, but precisely to build this pipeline. And we've found a tremendous amount of interest in in investors looking to our pipeline. So once they come through our accelerator and kind of on the other side, slightly more mature, there's tremendous appetite.
I want to add, I want just an analogy quickly, buddy, and then I'll give you the floor for sure. And finance is the water of growing the plant, right? You need a fertile land, you need an ecosystem where different stakeholders are clearly identified so you can catalyze the change and make it happen and support it. And you need the entrepreneur and the idea. You need the seed. If you pour water on a dry land, nothing's going to happen. So you actually first need the ecosystem and the ideas, and then you can flow finance on top of it. And I think there was really a disconnect between the financial sector and building the right innovation moving forward to implement the change and the progress that we want to see for all sectors, across the board in terms of sustainability and equitability. So yeah, there was a slight disconnect, but we're bridging that gap. And that's why we all come together under the 1,000 Ocean Startups and other type of ecosystems to try and to build the right synergies. Sorry, floor is yours.
No, just a quick comment to add that I think we need more than both. It's like there is plenty of finance. It starts with the angel investors, and then like the seed VCs, and then we need maybe also more what we call mixed finance. I think it also applies a lot to our economy. There's a lot of hardware to finance, etc. Like infrastructure. And banks, when they look at it, when it's early stage, it's not their business, it's not their métier, so they'll look at us, they look at the people in the room, like, can you do that? So maybe we need also to be more creative, more innovative in the way that we come up with solutions for these entrepreneurs in terms of like financial mechanisms.
No shortage of financing and no shortage of IP and innovation. but I think we need patient capital. I mean, these are infrastructure-heavy, capital-intensive projects, and we need testing grounds. We need places where concept can be proven before these major investments are made.
Well, precisely, that's also part of being able to measure impact. Technologies need to be funded, they need to be developed, they then need to be tested in the field. What are some of the obstacles that you've encountered when it comes to trying to test the technology in the field?
And Jeff, you can speak to that. I work out of Africa, and it comes with a lot of challenges. When you raise the word impact in Africa, it's got to be social impact. But we very much have an environmental mandate, impact mandate. And I think just focusing on social impact or economic impact is failing to see that whatever has positive environmental impact will lead to social benefits and economic values. But it takes time. So patient capital and getting across the right message and sort of educating people, as Isa was saying earlier, in what are the ripple effects over the longer term of investing into the ocean space is one of the key obstacles that we had to face. And the second one, but I'll give you the floor, Jeff, is finding testing ground. I think oceans is a common good, and it becomes very complicated.
And not just testing ground, but permitting to make use of those testing grounds. My colleague Rupert Hayward will be on a panel later, and he can go more in depth, but he sits on the Grand Bahama Port Authority, which is incredibly instrumental in expediting permitting for companies that are hitting the sweet spot in climate resilience and climate mitigation. And another shout out to Coral Vita in the audience. You'll be hearing from them tomorrow. But Coral Vita was landed in Grand Bahama precisely because Rupert and his Port Authority position were able to expedite permitting in a responsible manner in such a way that they got their permits in 6 months, whereas if they tried to do that in the US or elsewhere, it would take 6 years, or perhaps they'd still be waiting for them.
And we don't have that time.
We don't have that time.
Yeah, just one anecdote on that. We have an amazing startup in our portfolio. They do floating drones, and it was like taking them too long to get the permits to test their drones on the ocean. So they basically bought a property in the middle of France with a lake to test their prototype. So
that's one way to do it.
That was only a few years ago. So, yeah.
Lisa?
Yeah, I was about to say maybe not so much on the testing, but also because sometimes, and I think we need the innovation to be disruptive, but it's also disrupting established orders, which make, especially working in, we very much focus in emerging countries where you want, for instance, to bring a technology to make a value chain more transparent, more efficient, and then you have the middleman, right? So you have to find ways also to work with that, but it can come at a price. So for instance, we worked with a tech company. They were working on, disease management in the shrimp industry, which is a major point, right? And they ended up collecting a lot of data, and the government decided that, well, they were not really, in favor of having more transparency and more data, and they got shut down. So, that's also a problem.
Blue economy innovation, building new industries in the sector is a long process. We've talked about permitting, but then on the other end of the pipeline is our markets and off-takers. And so another key partner in this are our governments, right? Creating markets for these technologies and these innovations. And so our relationship with Miami-Dade County and helping them set up their new innovation authority, they've agreed to create a preferred procurement process for companies coming through our accelerators, so that once these companies have proven concept, they know they have a landing market in Miami or San Diego or LA, hopefully Monaco soon enough.
Now, you've been talking about impact and how to measure impact. It's not always easy to measure impact of a technology when you don't have also a long-term vision, right, of what could be the consequences of that technology. How do you measure impact? I know it's not an easy question, but what are the lessons learned so far?
So, no indicator would be perfect. So that's why we're working with the Ocean Impact Navigator to find the right, I would say, the most relevant indicators that sometimes might be proxies as well for the different. So we have 6 impact areas. We have something on climate, we have something on ocean pollution, and we worked as a group as part of the One Ocean Startup Initiative to really come up with agreed scientifically sound, good impact to measure the impact of the different startups, but also, us as investor at portfolio level, with the intention as well to potentially aggregate those numbers, depending on the different impact, to also, make, the sector and, more, I would say, with the public, for instance, carbon, everyone knows what the measurement of carbon, right? What is a carbon metric that, when we fly to New York, it's 2 tons, what's your objective as a citizen, etc. For ocean, we don't have that so much, so that's basically the intention as well of that working group that we have to really come up with a set of impact and indicators that people can use, startups, investors. It doesn't mean that they have to be the impact you have to report on. You might have additional, but it's really how we worked. So you have something on also socio-economic impact, the number of jobs created, and we try to be as comprehensive as we can over these 6 impact areas.
And what's interesting is that here you're all ambassadors of the ocean, right? And you all have to go pitch different stakeholders. We've heard it, banks, governments. What kind of narrative, do you have to adapt your narrative to each one of the stakeholders? And is impact and scientific data helping in the fact that you have to pitch these people and convince them that the ocean is worthwhile, business-wise?
I think, all right, but I mean, you can't improve what you can't measure, as I said earlier. We need to start somewhere. We don't know enough about the ocean, which makes things very difficult. It's so vast. I mean, it's difficult to know if by trying to save abalones in Cape Town, you're not going to be impacting northern right whales in Cape Cod. I don't know. But we need to start somewhere. And then the narrative that you need to pitch, I mean, it's pretty obvious. We don't need to pitch it. We just heard it from Barclays Private Bank. It comes from investors in the first place. Whether we want it or not, we're going to have to change the way we do business. Right? It's either to withstand the wrath of climate change in 10 years' time, or it's trying to curb the amplitude of change and the pace at which we need to change in order to sort of mitigate the effect and start adapting to the effect of climate change. So we have to change whether we want it or not. It's very much percolating to the fact that the definition of progress has changed. It used to be economic value and social benefits, and now it's economic value, social benefits within planetary boundaries. So you need innovation to power change, and that definition of progress is now embedded into everything that we do. Whatever is not taking into account planetary boundaries is no longer progress. So it's pretty, I mean, for me, and you can feel the passion, it's pretty straightforward and obvious.
Yeah, it's also like, I guess, like also creating the opportunity to have a discussion, an open discussion between all the the stakeholders of our ecosystem, and for us with our startups, it's also creating this dialogue around the narrative for impact. Like we tell them, we know you are on a journey. Like we know that from day one, it may be not perfect, but we will help them, expose them to some experts in the field, partners. We work with Impactable X in the US, for example, to help our startups also like benefit from this type of services, and contribute, share with the rest of the ecosystem, Ocean Impact Navigator, etc.
And even as an investor, for instance, and I think Sven has that modality, for instance, to have, the carrot aligned with impact as well. So it's also, how fund manager can be also incentivized, just not on the financial side, but also on the impact side. So, and this you need to be able to measure it, right?
Jeff wanted to also, and then Alexis.
Clearly, the Ocean Impact Navigator is the gold standard, and I'll leave it to our resident experts to speak to that. One of our contributions has been to, as a recovering academic myself, we've got an extensive academic network, experts in the field, so to activate that network, because the solutions, the problems, the solutions, very much a moving target. So it's very difficult to have standard metrics to apply to various verticals in a nascent field with interdynamic externalities. And so we've made sure that we have an existing and active network of academic experts that we can tap into and say, are you publishing on this issue right now? If not, do you know who is? So that we can be in dialogue with them as we're developing these technologies.
Great links with the academic world as well. Alexia, you wanted to?
I think I lost my brainwave, but to the point that you just made, there is, with Marcus and Lisa, working on the Ocean Impact Navigator, a panel of scientific experts that are going to review this periodically, because we are learning so much about the ocean every other month. So we need to keep, the updated this KPI framework, and it's very much a kind of a learning in progress. It's more like taking baby steps, as we should all do with innovation. You should start small, not be afraid of throwing yourself, out there, and start building, testing, baby steps at a time, because you don't want to have a dramatic impact either, and learn and grow fast.
Right, and nature is definitely a very delicate balance, so you have to move slowly. I've heard this morning, I think it was Olivier who was mentioning this in his speech, but we need to accelerate and fund existing solutions. Does that mean that we already have the solutions and we need to now scale them up, deploy them, or do we still need to be looking for new solutions?
I want to remain your friend, so I don't know what I should say. We need both. Clearly, we need both. We have a wealth of different solutions that do exist, and you have a very good sample thanks to the foundation in the room today. And I would definitely encourage everyone in the room to exchange with those entrepreneurs. But there's so much that is yet to be built and discovered and developed.
Yeah, definitely. I can only agree. We need both. Like, we are talking today about technological innovation. For example, we see more and more startups exploring, like the blockchain, this thing, we need to also see where this is going, maybe maybe it's not a good idea, maybe it is. So let's continue to see where it's taking us. And of course, continue to support the existing ones and make sure that they climb the ladder.
Yeah, these solutions, I don't need to tell you, all need to be applied systemically and across jurisdictions. Yeah, and so we do need both. We need the Maersks of the world to retrofit their ships to reduce their carbon footprint, but we also need folks like Danielle and Veer to do a wholesale overhaul of the industry. We need all hands on deck.
Yeah, I mean, nothing to add. I mean, really,
Do you have enough money for both, though, Lisa?
Yeah. So I have this question, like, knowing other tech sectors, now this is a new sector in a way where investments are starting to pour in, and you all seem to be working together towards a common goal because you're all, social businesses, but you're still a business. When do you think, or will there be a tipping point where you're going to be one against the other, or are we really all sailing towards in the same direction, pun intended, but how do you feel about that?
Should we put the guns out?
No, but I mean, one of the questions is, do we already have within the industry disagreements on which technologies need to be harnessed and are the most promising? That's another way to...
It's a kind of way of talking about the topic. I think there's nothing wrong in competition. It keeps you on your toes. It's a good thing. I also believe that we all sailing in the same direction. We need to work collaboratively to try and build synergies rather than try to fight one another. And that's very much what we've all been doing, whether within Thousand Ocean startups or not. There are, some rivalities, rivalry that can happen between people, or not a good match, personal match. But really, we're fighting for a greater cause. So if you're true to the impact in your mission, it's very much a joint effort. But without turning down completely or shutting the door at competition. It's nice to tickle one another once in a while. It hasn't really happened yet, but I would have no hard feelings against anyone that's trying, to trickle a little bit that side of things. It's positive for business development. Keeps frugality going.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree. The ocean is big, we need more Ocean of Africa, we need more production labs, there's still many other regions in this world, that would benefit from this type of organizations. And same for us, SOA, which are more like remote, global, but that again, the ocean is big. And to answer your other questions also, like on things we disagree on, maybe at least we are not looking at also. I guess it's like what the investors are also doing, like kind of negative screening, at least for us at SOA. Like there are things we won't touch, like if you are an investor coming with a solution to improve deep seabed mining, we'll be like, no, sorry, we don't touch that. So we might look at this like that, negative screening, like the banks will do with like tobacco or guns, like we don't touch that. But yeah, no, otherwise I think we have great synergies and we work very well together. So that's also
Yeah,
maybe the cool thing to be like the kid, like the latest latest kid in the room.
We think that we have a distinctive value proposition that's sort of singular the world over, but we welcome partnerships, we welcome synergies, and we, to be quite frank, would welcome someone to do what we do better than us. Because we want to push this field forward.
Right. So, the panel is Blue Ideas for a Bold Future. How do you see the future of the blue economy? Like, where do you see, let's say, in the next 10 years?
I'm not speaking first on this one.
No, but I mean, like again, like replication of what we are seeing today. Like across all the different verticals of the blue economy, across the globe as well. Like there are still regions today, like we see at SOA. Like where we wish we would see more solutions, innovation in the technology, yes, but also we didn't talk about it, but innovation in the business models as well. That's very important if you want to disrupt the industry. It's not just the technology. Yeah. You mentioned it also a little bit with the access to market. It's also the business model. So yeah, that would be my answer.
I think from a private asset manager perspective, we might see the blue economy, like the carbon industry right now, in terms which would translate into, more money being raised for larger funds, etc. I think we would struggle with the same issues of probably not having enough, project and starting to be competing with each other. But I think, more also getting that more into the mainstream, open to retail investors and things like that, because the sector would be, bigger, better known, better tracked with indicators and so on.
I envision a global network of public-private partnerships working on the sustainable blue economy, exchanging IP, exchanging financial resources, and everyone translating this model of the private sector and the public sector working hand in hand for their local circumstances.
I think it's not because it's your model, but it's relevant. The tragedy of the commons. We heard Mina this morning talk about the BB&J High Seas Treaty. It boils down, because it belongs to everyone and to nobody at the same time. It boils down to authorities that need to be part of the conversation, because ultimately they are the one that has got the stronger grip on what's happening out there. So definitely involving public sector and authorities. I also firmly believe that we need to start shifting things from within, not just fight from outside. To your point that you made earlier, there's the negative screening is a very important thing, especially because we are building this ecosystem and people are, there's a lot of scrutiny and sometimes a bit misplaced. But we need to work also with the bad guys. With the bad guys, sorry. Just undergoing some mutations here. But yeah, we need to work with the bad guys, and because we'll have more success given the time frame to shift, by shifting them from within rather than just fighting from outside. We don't necessarily work with the bad guys because we need scientists on board, and sometimes there are very strong feelings about an organization or another, but we need to start change the way they do their own business, and fighting from outside has never been the most impactful way of doing things. And then just to respond to your question, I think we need to look at what happened with the green economy.
Can we leverage what happened with the green economy, and can we apply it to the blue economy? What are the lessons learned from the green economy?
I'm not an expert, but I think there's no real reason to think that it will be completely different. It will probably be somehow a bit more different because it falls under the tragedy of the commons, but there's probably very good lessons that we've learned with the green economy, land-based sustainable economy, that we can extrapolate or use as extrapolation to sort of anticipate what's going to happen in the blue sector.
And also connect with it. It's true, we label ourselves as blue. It's great, it's needed, but also let's not forget the green. So maybe we need this together, like this time, like to really like create our own ecosystem, etc. Like identify the solutions that are working, etc. But maybe tomorrow we also like look at the green people and say like, let's work together.
The green people. Yeah. How important is regulation? Because we were talking about the tragedy of the commons and the fact that we have now a treaty, or at least we have a treaty for the high seas. But how important is regulation on an international scale to be able to innovate?
Well, to accelerate adoption, for instance, of technologies. If you're working on a tech and that tech, at the end of the day, it's a product that, is fitting one, regulatory requirements that is being imposed to an entire industry. Of course, it helps the business to grow and scale. So I would say very important. That's for more like the positive side as well. The same for aquatech technologies, to measure water quality, etc. I think on our side and at our fund we have of course the impact angle, but we have also the ESG risk angle, and there you need as well regulation. We work in countries where sometimes I would say the regulatory framework is maybe sometimes lagging behind a bit, and when you make progress on that side as well, is really helping, right? Because sometimes, okay, for instance, let's say you're working on, sustainable aquaculture, for instance. It's easy when you work on a market where the clients or the consumers are well educated and, know what sustainability means, and they want to buy a product that, is well farmed, etc. Where it's not the case, it might be hard because you don't have these kind of market, I would say, pull factors. So you need that push factor as well.
Regulation is incredibly important, but as we know, it tends to be more reactive than proactive. It's more of a crisis response than it is sort of a forward, longer-term analysis of what is truly sustainable and how to reinforce that. So I think if we can provide some models for this sort of longer-term calculus and the regulatory regime that takes that into account, be all the better for it.
I think it's an potentially incredibly powerful enabler, but we all know that to innovate, you need to break the frames, and regulation is a framework. So take a very entrepreneurial approach, ask for forgiveness, not permission.
Yeah, like Silicon Valley style, yeah.
All right, before we open the floor to questions, maybe could you tell us what are the exciting developments that you're looking forward to in your organizations in the months to come? I know that for instance, yeah, sure, no, go ahead.
I mean, we are trying to create spin-off an ocean impact fund in Africa, and big endeavor. To the point that you made earlier, what you were saying, it's going to be boiled down to how much blended finance and the mechanism that we can bring to that. In Africa, we can make happen. It's a huge challenge. We very much are looking to sort of inject funding at the very bottom of the pipeline, fueling into the later stage investors, because we believe this is a massive gap in the funding perspective, especially in the global south. But there's an increasing interest. I see the friends in the crowd that are increasingly looking, Lisa as well, into the global south, investing and empowering that sector. I mean, that geography. We all believe that talent is equally distributed, but opportunities aren't. So trying to make that happen.
Ben, I think there's a startup pitch challenge for right?
Yeah, like really related to the thematic of this panel. In our role of identifying, supporting bold ideas for the ocean, we teamed up with Respect Ocean in France on a pitch contest. So we're in the middle of that. We received almost 140 applications from 40 plus countries, and we have like 30 plus experts that are looking at the applications now. So that's exciting.
And that will be happening when?
It will be happening on May 23rd, the final, the pitch contest on May 23rd in Paris. Yes, and also very quickly we just released a report with Vinci on the blue economy. So if you are curious and also want to know more, there are a few versions that are available in the room. Thank you for our partners also here.
Jeff, over at the Blue Action Lab.
Several projects I'm excited about. One is a partnership with Florida Atlantic University to facilitate restoration of conch and essentially replenish stocks in marine protected areas to support local habitats but also local livelihoods. Working with government to set up a regulatory framework for ocean alkalinity enhancement technologies. And also, of course, the launch of our accelerator. So if anyone in the room themselves or knows of anyone that's interested in participating in our accelerator, we're very excited about that.
And Lisa?
Well, we fully deployed the first fund, so it's about raising the second one, basically. Okay. That would happen toward the end of the year.
Okay, great. Well, let's now open the floor for questions. This is a unique opportunity to spark the conversation, so please don't hesitate if you have any questions. I think we have someone here who's able to bring you a microphone. So please just raise your hands if you have a question. There you go. We have already a first question, and then if you could please give your name, the name of your organization, and to whom the question is directed to.
Sure. Hi guys, I'm Nadia. I think actually most of you know me.
Most of you know each other.
And I'm from Safety Net Technologies.
Hello,
Sorry, I didn't
Nadia.
assume everyone knows me, but I think the people there. This is a question, but a little bit of a sly request also to the investors in the room, and something, Jeff, you'd mentioned just on stage, where a lot of investors are looking at the companies that are going into your programs, right? So the fact that you guys already do due diligence, and Alexi, we were talking about this earlier, so you guys perform a lot of due diligence, and we went through the SOA program too. So is there an opportunity for investors to commit to follow-on funding, or funding in the first place, after companies go through your programs? Cheeky question.
We can definitely make it easier, for sure, by building the right relationships with the investors. We have in our hands the capacity to assess something that investors are struggling with, especially at earlier stages of development of a business, is human capital. We work hand in hand with the entrepreneurs, and we can advise on whether, at the earlier stages, again, you're backing more the people than the business. You're obviously looking at, what it can become, but the only asset that you have at any given point at the earlier stages is the entrepreneurs. So yes, and we've been, I think, all doing this in our own rights and in our own sectors. So yeah, partnerships with investors, the Thousand Ocean Startups, again, to bring it up, is very much geared towards this, building the right circles of trust and processes, building a few high-level standards, the Ocean Impact Navigator being one, to try and facilitate that journey and streamline the experience from an entrepreneur's perspective.
While our formal program is an intensive 6 months, we're fortunate enough to be partnered with Founders Factory, and they have the infrastructure and the human resources to extend the life of the program as far as is reasonable. But if you'd like to help us raise a follow-on fund, we would welcome that as well.
Yes, sir. Oh, right.
Hello, can you guys hear me? Hello, my name is Danielle Southcott. I'm the founder and CEO of Veer. Thank you for the multiple shout-outs. And thank you for asking a cheeky question. I don't know you, but I liked your question. My question is inspired a little bit. So I represent a startup looking for investment, and our first product, so this does not represent our brand or the vision of the company, does not have patents and will not have patents. We cannot get patents for our first product, but I'd like to ask, from a bold future perspective, where do patents play a role? And when they're not possible, where can we move forward without them? And then further to that, which you may not want to get into, are patents moral when we are looking forward to saving our planet, quote unquote?
I think that's a good question.
I think I'll defer to you on this. I have a critical question about the intersection of private interest and the public good. But I'll recuse myself for the moment.
So it's funny because I think within a team we have also different perspectives. Sometimes, we would have some, colleague asking, the first question is like, where is your patent?
Yeah.
I have to say it's not my first question, and we worked a lot with companies as well who don't own patents and think actually it can be counterproductive and prefer actually to operate in a secret. So for us, it's not a must. We don't have necessarily a vision on patents, but I like the existential question around it.
Yeah, I'm not a patent expert, but also like to kind of answer your question, Nadia. I feel it's part of the legal package as well. It's still there, we need to do a due diligence, like investors, generally speaking, also need to feel reassured to see like, okay, patent. I see the link to the document, check, next. So yeah, I know it doesn't answer really your question, but I guess it's maybe something worth exploring. Maybe invite lawyers or, I don't know. We could see, I don't know if there are lawyers in the room also to share their views on this question.
Do we have any other questions? I know also Jeannie is getting questions. Oh, well, we have... could you please stand up? Yep. Thank you.
Hi. Hello.
Well, we still
Hi.
have time to take the questions, please. Yeah.
Sure, sorry. My name is Yohei Kiguchi. I'm the CEO of a public EV charging company listed on Tokyo Stock Exchange. Then I used to be entrepreneur and like joined, like let's say one of the accelerator incubator program like yours. And I understand like you guys are incubator, accelerator, but like my main question is, so who is the kind of like the most successful startup like you guys been helping? And then like we need a like the unicorn or like super successful example, like not talk about like incubator like startups. Like we need at least like $1 billion company in the field. But like I'm sorry, like I'm a little bit kind of stranger to the field, so I don't know like any of the company who actually do it. So can you just give me like some example about that?
I can point to the back of the room. Not the first company we worked with. In fact, we worked with them before we were even a company. But Coral Vita, and I think Sam's got the microphone back there. He's presenting the next question. But even after having their coral reef restoration farm washed into the ocean by Hurricane Dorian in 2019, they went on to become the inaugural Earthshot Prize winner and now the largest coral reef restoration farm in the world, but company in the world, looking at national level projects in Latin America and the Middle East. But I'll let Sam discuss that in more detail.
Well, maybe before we take your question, Sam, please, yeah.
I appreciate the shout out. I had a separate question, but I do think that we need more, I guess for the ocean, more narwhals than unicorns. Hopefully Coral Vita will become one day, but I'm curious, the title is, bold.
Bold.
And I think some of the most profound projects we've seen outside of this space often that are incredibly bold take a lot of time. And you think about space, whether it was NASA going to the moon or even the private space industry if we're going to get out of the public domain. And so I'm curious from where you all sit when you're talking to co-funders, you're dealing with early stage companies, but also often the need for quick action, but also patient capital. How you deal with investors that often want to see the typical 5 to 7 year returns when oftentimes these things take time to grow and to cultivate so that we can really see the impact that's needed to protect the ocean and be a successful company.
I think that's really harsh, man. For a shout out, it's not a good payback, but okay.
I didn't say it was you guys. What do you? But really, it's curious what you think about for the investment community that you work alongside.
So for instance, us as part of our investors, we like to work with insurers because they usually have products that, life insurance, for instance, are longer term, right? So they're more patient, I would say. So we have, for instance, the first fund was an 8-year fund, but we think it's quite short, actually. So we're going to go for a 10-year fund plus extension for the next one. I think within the portfolio as well, you can kind of build a portfolio where you can potentially have a few companies that would, potentially be slightly more mature. So you can find some liquidity early on and have more patient capital for the rest. But nonetheless, we think that the sector still require most of the time, capital that would stay in the company for at least, 6-7 years at minimum. And be really well aligned with what the founders and the management want to achieve along those different years. But again, it comes back as well where the money is coming back is coming with from. And if you want to raise more funding and attract more private capital, you need to also spot the right capital behind our funds. So then patient capital can flow into the companies.
Take the SpaceX model, man. If you want to go bold and fast, inject hundreds of millions into the solution or the potential solution. But it's not really accessible, but it's been proven.
Yes, thank you, Sam, for the question. And plus one on the shout out, but I couldn't do it because there are also many other startups in the room to which I'm giving my shout out. But also, just one comment maybe because actually you mentioned the term narwhal. So it's my comment, maybe there is a contradiction here, can we, what that means, narwhal is like quick, big valuation very quickly. So maybe we should, I don't know, as an ecosystem, as a group, try to find a different approach here. So yes, just a comment. It doesn't answer your question. We are also sitting on your side and working with the investors, on this very important patient capital. But yeah, there's also that, I feel in the balance, like narwhal, okay, we need time.
Was that a 0 times out?
No.
Because I wanted to. Okay,
No,
cool.
we do.
Because
Okay.
I disagree with you, man. I think again, as I said, a shift from within rather than fight from outside. Use the system to grow your impact. Today, we live in a system that pours capital fertilizer, to take the analogy that I used earlier, on whatever derives economic value. So rather use the system, build a very robust, fast-growing company that makes a lot of money, but tied to this environmental and social impact. That's the best way to perhaps reach scale of impact at a very high pace. So I would say, no, I want novels. I want like role models as well. I would love. There's this weird narrative that says if you are working in the impact space, you can't be making a lot of bucks because it's wrong. You need to work at Goldman Sachs or Barclays, private wealth management, if you want to make a lot of money. And I think that's wrong. We need the brightest people to work on, crack down on sustainable development and social cleavages. So they should be getting the lion's share. So I would definitely rather want to see very successful and very wealthy, filthy rich impact entrepreneurs. I think that would be amazing, attracting the right brains into the right sector.
Yeah. We still have a couple of minutes. Sir, here. If we could give you a microphone.
Yeah, I got one already. Sorry. Hi.
Oh, hi.
Yeah, thanks for answering all the questions. I have so many other questions about the other questions, like why can't you have a patent on your product? But we'll have a discussion later. Yeah, my question is about impact. You've mentioned a lot about how to measure it with the indicators, but I haven't heard you mention life cycle assessments, which seem to be kind of the gold standard at some point. And now is kind of falling behind. Is there a reason why? I mean, yes, there's a reason why, because they're incomplete, but how does those indicators complete what an LCA does? Are they complementary? Are you looking at both? Yeah, that's my question.
I think we're looking at both. Yeah, exactly, that's my answer. I mean, some companies, they need to have it also because, some other investors are going to ask for it or the sector is going to ask for it. But it's not a requirement for us, but we can also look at it and we also have, other, even speaking of certification, for instance, wherever it is for aquaculture or, we're also working with those frameworks. So it's not, mutually exclusive, I would say.
We also have a question. The sir on the side here, if we could have a microphone, because he's been raising his hand for a while. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can you all hear me? My name is Casper Fithen. I'm the founding director of Martello Risk, and we're specialists in natural resources, sustainability, and conflict. So we've worked extensively, in particular, on tech minerals in Central Africa and the Great Lakes region, but we're now working increasingly on the ocean's natural resources. You had a brief discussion with the panel earlier on with regard to regulation, and the general consensus was that regulation is probably a good thing. What happens when regulation is perhaps not such a good thing? And I refer to two pieces in international newspapers, particularly the New York Times and the UK Guardian, with regard to the International Seabed Authority and the way that it has been effectively informing its own policy with regard to the way that the oceans are mined in particular and its resources are utilized, rather than acting as a service provider for its member states and essentially ignoring the consensus within those member states and acting on its own merits to award mining licenses to interested parties. My question is what does the panel think can be done about supranational organizations acting in this way, and how can innovators challenge that kind of approach to the way that these international organizations are effectively determining policy without consensus among the stakeholders and innovators?
Thank you for your question.
I'll respond to the second part. Good luck with the first one. Find alternatives. We wanted to do seabed mining because we need those rare earth metals for batteries, electric vehicles and whatnot. Find a new type of battery. Disrupt the whole system. Make the whole concept of going seabed mining and using those rare earth metal irrelevant. That's what innovation, and one of the roles that innovation can play. And then the first part of the question, good luck.
Jeff.
You can ask, is Mina still in the room? Have a chat with Mina.
Yeah, I think on my side, I mean, unfortunately, we don't have so much, role to play in those instances because we're private asset manager. I mean, the only way we can kind of have an impact is for us that would be completely excluded from our investment space. We can't invest in that, but then we don't have a power or any leverage in, how, the composition of that institution and, what are their roles and responsibility and the governance of that institution.
Okay, we just have 2 minutes left. I'd like to take one last question here.
Thank you.
Yes.
Hi, my name is Ulrike. I'm the co-founder of Reefs. And before you mentioned the permitting challenge that a lot of us have in the field, and just an idea came to mind, so it's more like a comment. What if, because right now, for example, we're working on permits on different continents, and maybe there's a way to make something like a permit pool. Of course, there's different permits required for different activities, but maybe it's, for some instances, these may well go hand in hand, and we could test multiple things together in one location. And you've been building something like that in the Bahamas, but what if we had a pool and we can try and pool all of these efforts for multiple continents and countries?
I love the idea. Let's stay in touch. I think for us, what's been critical is demonstrating precedent. Right? If you can show a successful model at a smaller scale, that makes it a lot easier to develop at a larger scale in other jurisdictions.
And bringing more people together has never proven to be faster. So I would not pull things together if you want to be faster.
Okay, well, thank you so much for taking the time. Thank you to the audience for asking the tough, difficult questions as well. Now coming up, Jeannie Gardia will be interviewing Jean Castellini, the Minister of Finance of Monaco.
Thank you. Thank you so much again to you, Julia. Thanks to all of our panelists for that introductory session on Blue Ideas for a Bold Future. Hello. Bonjour. Tiens, have a seat. Yeah, why don't you go there and I'll go here. All right. So it's time now for our fireside chat. The Principality of Monaco, for those of you who know Monaco well, has been committed to sustainable development for decades, even more so since the accession of Prince Albert II in 2005. Monaco has always pursued a strong environmental policy, whether it's domestically or internationally, and we're going to talk more about the Principality's financial policy and sustainable development with Monaco's Minister of Economy and Finance. Thank you so much, Monsieur le Ministre, Jean Castellini, for being with us. Olivier was saying this morning, ocean is really in the DNA of Monaco. We're going to speak more specifically about Monaco's Constitutional Reserve Fund, what's called the FRC, or the FRC here. Let's start with that. What is that exactly?
As most of you, if not all of you, are aware, Monaco doesn't derive capital from natural resources. Hence, the only way for us to come up with reserves is to manage our public finances in the soundest possible way. And I have to report, for instance, that over the past 10 years that I've been in charge of Monaco's public finances, we've managed to turn 9 out of 10 years with a budget surplus, the only exception, forgive me, being 2020. But the idea is that, as the name implies, this fund, which has been set up by our constitution back in the 60s, is a reserve fund on one hand to cater for unforeseen events should they occur. But first and foremost, the fund is also turning more and more into a sovereign wealth fund whose objectives are to implement in Monaco, through its investments, but also outside Monaco, the goals and objectives and strategies and policies of His Serene Highness Prince Albert II when it comes to the protection of the environment and deploying capital to this effect.
And indeed, for the past 5 years, the Constitutional Reserve Fund has been investing in targeted sectors, things like ocean conservation, removing plastic. More specifically, why is it so important to Monaco to prioritize this sustainable investing and to promote the sustainable blue economy?
Well, I am like many finance ministers, I may spend too much time with figures, but forgive me for giving you a few which demonstrate to me why it is so important. And by the way, you outlined the fact that those investments in the blue economy may date back to only a couple of years, maybe 5 or 6 years, but the fund has been investing for over 20 years now in a sustainable manner. So I may get back to this in a second, but the main reasons are quite simple, and then the figures will follow. It's a matter of leading by example, or as you say in English, putting your money where your mouth is. We truly believe in what we do. We have to follow in the footsteps of His Highness and demonstrate that we have the capacity, as I said earlier, to deploy this capital in a sustainable way. But it's also because, and I'm convinced, and I've been convinced of that for many years, because long term, it is what will drive the economy, the world economy. And the economy is what drives social progress. And at the end, that is what will drive positive excess financial returns. To me, sustainable investing is a no-brainer. I'm not interested in demonstrations of the kind, does it deliver alpha? Does it outperform? In which conditions would it not outperform if long-term, as we know we are facing potential climate disasters, we would not live up to expectations. So this is truly what this fund and what the strategies we have implemented are all about. And if I may again give you a few figures, each year oceans contribute up to 1,270 billion euros to the world economy's gross value added, and the forecast is about double, over 2,500 billion in 2030. In 2019, the blue economy in the European Union employed 4.5 million people, had generated close to 200 billion euros gross value added. Over the period 2018-2022, transactions in the blue economy grew 200% in number of transactions. And getting back to the presentation of the ReOcean Fund this morning, an estimated 150 billion euros per year are needed to achieve SDG 14. Today, 21 billion euros are available, 17 billion coming from the public sector, 4 billion from the private sector. The gap is 126 billion. So we need mobilization. Another figure which is daunting to me is that about 1.5 million tons of microplastics enter the oceans every year. And according to a recent estimate, I don't know what you all had for lunch, but a person who eats seafood will swallow on average 11,000 pieces of microplastics every year. So yes, I think it is important for Monaco, but also for the whole world, to prioritize sustainable investing and promote a sustainable blue economy.
Absolutely, the numbers certainly don't lie. So let's speak more specifically now about the fund. How does it support ocean innovation?
So we've been supporting innovation as a whole, as I said, for about 20 years. The first funds, called Monaco Économie Développement Durable and EcoPlus, were set up in the early 2000s, and so the Reserve Fund has been investing along those lines for a long time. In 2009, the first fund invested in a universe of mid-small cap in a sustainable way was set up, so that's over 12 years now. And then also for diversification reasons, because I think that the way the fund was invested back then didn't provide for enough of it, we decided to combine diversification objectives, i.e. having recourse to other asset classes like private equity, like investment funds, but making sure that the way we implemented those strategies and those new asset classes focused primarily on innovation and ESG practices. So we have examples of several funds or companies we had invested in through investment funds. The first that comes to my mind is an investment in a company called Sail Drones, which we achieved through the fund Capricorn in the US, and one of the partners, Jérôme de Bontin, is present with us today. But also last year, we invested in 2 new funds, one called Ocean 14. Well, I don't have to explain the name of it. This fund is very close to the objectives being followed by ReOcean and outlined this morning. In 2022, it invested a total of 24 million euros across 4 investments for an average ticket of 6 million euros. So pretty much along the same strategies as what Anthony described this morning. This fund managed to raise an extra 30 million recently with a major Northern European institutional investor, and its target of 150 million is now overcome. There is another fund, and this time through some of our other friends present today from Barclays, was a target for us called FPC, Future Planet Capital Blue Ocean. We've invested, or we've committed about 20 million euros in that fund last year. And there's a company in particular which attracted my attention called Captura, an American company. It has developed an innovative and low-cost solution for atmospheric carbon removal without any byproducts through use of direct ocean capture technology. And this is, I think, directly linked to some of the topics we addressed earlier today. So those are examples. And then there's, of course, in the area of plastic and making sure, again, those microplastics not ending up in our mouth or our stomachs. There's a fund, and I think there's a lady from Lombard-Odier called the Circular Plastic, which is committed to those endeavors. They are part of the Alliance to End Plastic Waste, which regroups more than 70 multinationals, and it's another example of the funds that our reserve fund has been targeted for the past 2 or 3 years now.
You mentioned Captura, and we'll have the business development, someone from the business development team tomorrow in a panel that we're doing on coastal resilience and coastal infrastructure tomorrow afternoon. So if you want to find out more about that company, you can then. Is it difficult to support and promote these sustainable investments? What are the biggest challenges?
Well, it's difficult not to, and I would even say it's impossible not to. I found quite attractive this morning the concept of the veto right the impact committee of the ReOcean Fund has over its investment committee. What I want to set up in our reserve fund is a similar process whereby we will not look at any potential new investment if it does not deliver from an ESG standpoint. Finance will come second, but if I look at it in a tree-wise way, if it's of no interest from an ESG standpoint, we'll forget about it. That fund, that strategy has no place within what is now becoming a sovereign wealth fund. If it does have some ESG interest, then my financial team will look at it. And if it does not have any financial interest, we will disregard it. If it does, we will submit it to the investment committee. But to me, it's pretty much a reasoning along the same lines as what MAM is putting in place. Sustainability comes first, and then investment decisions. But maybe to answer about your question about challenges, I think reporting still is a challenge. We see many, many different reportings, and even for an institutional investor, such as the reserve fund, it is hard sometimes to understand how we contribute, how we make an impact, how positive our impact is. And I've always thought that the simpler the matrix, the better. We have examples for instance, about tons of CO2 that we've managed to save thanks to our investments, gallons of water, sometimes translated into Olympic pools, waste consumption, or I would say waste not consumed, corresponding to the average consumption of X hundreds of thousands of families each year. This is very concrete. This is, I think, what individual investors should worry about in their daily lives, but also in their investments. But this is also something we, as an institutional investor, pay a lot of attention to.
And it's also very important as well for innovators to think when they're trying to get those investments, to think of those images which do really speak out to the people who are going to invest. Let's talk a little bit more specifically. Do you have a best-in-class example, perhaps an impact investment or an innovation that really has been a great one for Monaco?
I may have examples, but I'll keep them for me. And I'll speak in broader terms, maybe, that this asset class or that type of investment indeed have been instrumental at helping the reserve fund turn 2022 in better shape. So we've seen equity markets and especially fixed income markets fall like knives in 2022, and being invested in longer horizon kind of funds like investment funds, private equity funds, innovation-oriented funds has significantly helped us mitigate those negative returns. So in more general terms, yes, it had an impact, and it will probably, given the way markets have been behaving lately, continue to help us throughout 2023.
All right, let's talk a bit more about impact, whether it's environmental impact, which is obviously very important, but also return on investment, which is very important. We can't lie about that either. How much potential is there in both of those domains?
Well, we can, and we do, look at it in several ways. First of all, the strategy we have in place right now is based on inclusiveness. So there are no sectors, no countries, no specific companies that we would exclude. We're interested in making sure that those who may find themselves today, because it's their business, because currently they have a negative impact on the environment, but know how to mitigate it or have a dedicated vision and strategy to come up with more sustainable ways of operating, we are committed to helping them along. So on one hand, and that is maybe more the case with developed markets or quoted markets, listed companies. When it comes to innovation and investment funds, it may be easier to say, you have a target of sustainability and we will invest alongside you. And from day one, that's the way those companies are supposed to operate. Other companies aren't, because of their background, because of their history. As you say in English, c'est la vie. So we are there to make sure that the return on investment we would generate from helping them along that tough road they have to travel is consistent with the overall objectives of the fund, without, again, leaving anyone by the side, and making sure we try to include on developed markets as well as emerging markets as many companies, as many strategies as possible.
Mr. Castellini, let's look more toward the future now. How do you see things developing?
Well, if I may try another colorful analogy, I would like to see it more rosy.
I think you're not alone.
But rosy can also be translated into pink. So we've spoken a lot about green initially. We're speaking a lot about blue these days. I think that one should also, when one thinks about inclusiveness, think about empowering minorities. Think about promoting women in businesses. And so that's why, forgive me, ladies, I use the color pink, but you give me the inspiration, obviously. And I think it's equally important today, when you think sovereign wealth funds, to demonstrate that you serve society as a whole. So don't forget governance. We had a conversation, and you, Olivier, and Anthony exchanged about the importance of governance this morning in allocating money and resources to those new sectors of the economy, including the blue economy. But the S is vital. Social or societal changes. And this industry that you represent today has a lot to learn, again, from including minorities and including women in particular. When we know how feeble a percentage women represent as investors in private equity, in capital development, in investment funds, in startups, what have you. So that is something, again, very dear to the funds and the objectives that I'm trying to set up for it. As some of you may know, I have launched an initiative about 2 years ago called Monaco Finance Durable, Monaco Sustainable Finance, and no later than last week, a conference was held during the so-called Journée de la Femme on topics related to female investing, and that was led by several ladies who demonstrated their willingness to, there again, support change in a sustainable way.
So you're definitely planning on pursuing these kinds of sustainable investments?
Definitely. The only ceiling, you have glass ceiling sometimes in some sectors or industries, the only ceiling that we have, because I don't want to leverage the fund, is 100% sustainable investing. But right now we stand at about 50+%, alongside various strategies, again, new strategies of the kind that you will be presenting in the next couple of days or have been presenting so far, but also existing strategies where there is no reason why some of the existing mandates we have given historically to professional managers, because we don't manage anything in-house, we delegate monies to professional investment managers, there is no reason why they would not apply sustainable investment policies, even if, again, historically they haven't used those filters and they have invested very traditionally in listed equities, bonds, and what have you. Today, we ask them also to keep the framework they've been using, but to support our global ESG endeavors also at their own level.
Can you talk to us about your specific objectives for the rest of this year and next year?
Delivering positive returns for the reserve fund, given the level of inflation, because this fund has no specific benchmark but inflation, and so over the long run, the idea is that it should deliver above inflation average performance. So that is definitely a goal. Another goal is probably to increase the amount of money we invest in the blue economy. So there are a couple of avenues we will continue exploring, and the one presented this morning does present a lot of interest for us, obviously. But again, the main objectives are to continue to transform what has been historically a fairly colorless fund into something more colorful, using all those blue, green, pink, and the like type of colors that this fund should be all about going forward.
Mr. Castellini, thank you so much. We're almost out of time. I just want to ask you quickly about Monaco Tech. I don't know if you're all familiar with Monaco Tech, but it's an incubator for young startups. Are any of them really focusing on sustainability, or ones that perhaps you might encourage people to invest in?
Yes, there are quite a few. Some names that come up to my mind are Laneva, so electric yachts. We have Coralio Tech, studying corals and their impact also on the field of, I would say, medical treatments. We have one called Net Zero, which is a platform to come up with computing and reducing carbon emissions. At the end of the day, all of the startups, and I see the director and his deputy, and I congratulate them for the fantastic work they've been doing for quite a few years. All the startups we are incubating, and we have been incubating for 5 years, have the same objectives. I would say the same objectives that we follow, that is to say that they should deliver something positive for the planet, something positive for the Principality, whether in green tech, clean tech, health tech, med tech, fintech, you name it. There was a conference, I think, last week about prop tech, and everyone knows the importance of the property and the real estate sector in the Principality. So each time there is tech, there is clean or there is green attached, and Monaco Tech is definitely no exception to that.
Okay, Jean Castelmy, thank you so much. Let's give him a big round of applause.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just a quick word coming up this afternoon. We're going to continue to focus on finance with our panel on financing ocean investors. There'll also be a second panel on the crucial topic of coastal resilience. In the meantime, it's time for a coffee break. 20 minutes, please, and we'll see you back here. Enjoy. Merci beaucoup. Ladies and gentlemen, can you please start moving back into the house for our next session of the Ocean Innovators Platform? Ladies and gentlemen, would you please now move back into the house? We're about to begin in just 2 minutes' time. If everyone would come back in and take their seats, we'd greatly appreciate it so we can get started on time. Ladies and gentlemen, please start making your way back into the house for the next session of the Ocean Innovators Platform. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, would everyone please come into the house? We're about to start our next session for the Ocean Innovators Platform. Please, everyone, come in and take your seats. We're about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, everyone please come forward and take your seats. We're about to begin our next session. If everyone just come forward and take our seats, we can get started on time so we can finish on time so you can get to our next cocktail. Hello, hello. All right. Welcome back, everyone. Could everyone please take your seats? Please come on in, everyone. Take your seats. It's time to start now for this next session of the Ocean Innovators Platform. S'il vous plaît, mesdames et messieurs, est-ce que vous voulez bien vous asseoir? Nous allons commencer la prochaine session. Can I have your attention, please, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you. Earlier today, we were talking with Monaco's finance minister, Jean Castellini, about the Principality's investment in the blue economy. In this panel, we're now going to dive deeper into the all-important topic of investing. That's with our panel on financing ocean innovators and just why oceans are so often overlooked as an opportunity for investors. This panel will be moderated by Damien Payatakis, Head of Sustainable and Impact Investing at Barclays. Also with him, his speakers, Jamie Rolls from Planet Fund, Rita Souza from Faber Ocean, and Leanne Nicholson from Vala Capital. Let's give them a round of applause.
Well, thank you. While my day job is advising families, family offices, and foundations across how to invest sustainably across asset classes and themes, diving into the topic of blue ocean economy is a privilege and a personal pleasure for me. Today, across the day and a half of the Ocean Innovators platform, our panel is unique. Before we continue onwards to highlight some of the most innovative and exciting sectors in the ocean economy, this panel is here to provide the viewpoint of 3 dedicated, active, early-stage ocean investors. Why? Well, simply because there are not enough of them. Oceans are an overlooked market opportunity for most investors, and without more capital, we cannot preserve or regenerate them. As Olivier noted in the introduction, SDG 14 is the least invested of the UN Sustainable Development Goals, and there are always more calls for capital. But as we heard yesterday from the president of Costa Rica at the Monaco Blue Initiative, vision without action is just hallucination. Our panel is focused on action, investment action, and we'll discuss this in 3 topics. How do they source? How do they select? And how do they support the next wave of ocean innovators? With that, let me introduce the panel and headline facts about their funds. Leanne Mickelson is an investment director at Vala Capital and the founding partner of the United Ocean Fund, which is a new global ocean fund. Vala Capital is a UK-based, sustainability-focused, early-stage investor which has made a number of ocean tech investments. And to build on this, and in conjunction with the UN Joint SDG Fund and their philanthropic platform, 10% for the Ocean, they decided to launch this dedicated fund that will invest in both developed and developing markets, from pre-seed to Series B. Next, Rita Sousa joins us from Lisbon in the Lisbon-based VC fund Faber. Faber has a specialist focused on early-stage deep tech, and following its successful AI and data fund, Faber launched its Ocean and Climate Tech Fund last January. With more than 8 years' experience in venture, Rita co-leads this ocean fund, which invests from pre-seed to Series A, with a focus on Iberia and Southern Europe. As well, she's a jury member of several European entrepreneurship programs, such as the EIC Accelerator Pilot. And lastly, Jamie Rowles is the co-founder of the Planet Fund, which is an EU-centric pre-seed and seed investor in Planet Positive Technologies, which was launched within the Founders Forum group. While the fund invests across a wider climate verticals, it does include water, and Jamie actually has unique experience in oceans, having led the corporate venture capital fund Sky Ocean Ventures, which focused on ocean health, as well as the founding partner and an EIC member for Blue Action Accelerator, a JV between Blue Action Lab, who we heard earlier, and Founders Factory. Let me start with the first question, just around to all of us. Leon, let's start with you. In one sentence, why should the private capital, individuals, families, or asset owners not overlook investing in oceans ventures anymore?
Can I do in a few sentences? In short, really, it's about impact and returns, both massive opportunities within the ocean. The ocean sits at the center of climate change. It produces our oxygen. It captures our carbon. The goods and services it underpins, soon to be $3 trillion annually. And the potential for innovation, energy, and resources is tremendous and still overlooked. So this is where opportunities lie.
Fantastic. Rita.
Thank you. Well, let me turn your question around and say, it's why do investors should not overlook into the investment in this space? I think that it's exactly the opposite. I think the time to invest in this space is now, because early adopters and early investors that will either work alongside specialist VCs as us or co-invest alongside us will be able to benefit the most from the massive investment opportunities we see in the ocean space.
So we've heard about the wider market opportunity and more specifically where this ecosystem is building and developing to. Jamie, what's your view?
Yeah, I think that's correct. I think from personal experience, having kind of interacted with the ocean investment community for the last 5 or 6 years, it's cumulative. There's many more funds coming to market now, many more specialist investors, feedback loops, people understanding the space. I think this room is evident of that. So it's all moving in the right direction and can only continue.
Okay. Well, let's start getting into the deeper topics then. So we see that there's a market opportunity or growing ecosystem, but let's start talking about sourcing, right? Our first topic is finding those potential investment ventures. Rita, let me start with you. I was curious, when we started talking about Faber's prior fund was in deep tech. Can you share a little bit about the shift in terms of the investment thesis and why it was applicable for your ocean fund?
Well, Faber was launched 10 years ago, in 2013, with especially focused in deep tech and early stage. We traditionally invested in the AI and data science space for the digital transformation across multiple industries. And then back in 2017, 2018, that's when we started developing our thematic expertise in the blue economy space by collaborating closely in the setup of Blue Bio Value Accelerator program, that is a global accelerator focused on the blue economy space, based out of Portugal, but with a large international outreach. And that's how we started engaging with the ecosystem and understood that there was this enormous funding gap for the blue economy companies that were bringing their technologies from pilot to market. And so that's why we launched the fund to, as we saw this massive funding gap, but also massive investment opportunities, as we mentioned before. So today we partner with BBV, and we are closely working with the innovation ecosystem around this space. We work closely with the universities, the R&D centers that are specialized in this area, incubators, accelerators, not only in Portugal and Spain, but within the European landscape. And we have this collaborative approach, as within the team we've been collaborating closely in the past few years with and working alongside founders. And so that's how we tend to source our opportunities. So we have also a partnership with CIMAR, the leading R&D institute in Portugal, focused on the blue economy space, with over 400 researchers, 200 PhDs working in the blue economy space. And CIMAR also works alongside with us as an antenna for innovation for these companies. So, well, this is a little bit about our sourcing strategy and how we're actively working alongside.
Let me ask you there, because we talk about deep tech as AI, data-driven, et cetera, and then we've got many ventures that are primarily hardware. So how is it that the focus on this software and AI and data is particularly unique, given that there are so many that are building things that require larger, more traditional, capital-intensive businesses?
Well, we believe that we have this specialized focus on deep tech because we believe that this particular space requires complex solutions, because the challenges that the ocean face are complex. So we look at the AI and data science. We call it, that's within the what we call the ocean intelligence area of focus within the fund. We also look at 4 other main areas of investment within the funds. So blue biotech, food and feeds, the net transition to the communization of the maritime industry, and the ocean data, because the ocean data is obviously transversal to all the blue economy related industries.
So let me bring Leanne, you in here, because if you list out those themes, there are a lot that would overlap with what you were sharing about the Global Ocean Fund. How is it that you're bringing that into that same investment thesis of what Vala and you also, from an angel investment perspective, have done in the past?
I mean, just as a background, Vala is a UK sustainability and impact fund as a whole. And the founder of Vala actually founded an organization called 10% for the Ocean, so he's been very involved in that, and we've done a lot of investments in the blue economy. And through that, decided to launch a dedicated fund. With regards to kind of the idea of behind angel investing, a lot of my previous experience was in impact sustainability more broadly. And in fact, a lot of them fell under ocean in one way or another. And within our areas of investment, within the new United Ocean Fund, we are looking similarly at ocean data in terms of maritime tech, whether it's shipping industry, whether it's software, whether it's subsea robotics. We're looking at food security in the seafood space, from alternative proteins to transparency in shipping and supply chain, whether plastics reduction, alternative materials to circularity, and finally also enabling tech and offshore renewables.
Okay. So Jamie, similarly, actually, this wider focus. So water is one of the verticals, 3 others, plus also the enabling building blocks. Why are you looking at that wider space versus past background from the Sky Ocean Ventures days?
Yeah, I think it's about translating the broader challenges that we have. I mean, oceans are intimately linked to the climate crisis. All these systems can have the same principles when you're looking at kind of designing the solutions for ultimately a sustainable outcome. there's lots of principles that go into this type of early stage investing that make it different from traditional venture capital, because
Can you pick up on that? Can you pick up on why it's different from traditional venture capital, but also other climate? Because that's always a question, and we heard a little bit of that on one of the other panels. What makes this different?
So I think, well, generally speaking, climate is a known problem. We have a range of outcomes that we're trying to achieve, so that's our first and foremost filter. Are we pointing in the right direction with the technologies that we're looking to fund? Oceans are intrinsically different from a practical standpoint. Frankly, there's a lot of it that's unobtainable. The technologies have physical limitations to them. We see climate technologies that potentially have more scalability because of their physical locations. But I don't think that changes the challenges that you see in early stage companies about how to build them to scale. I think there's lots of analogies about how these companies need to be financed. There's lots that we can learn from climate tech as a category, which is having a very strong resurgence in the last few years. And I think cumulatively, ocean has the potential to do the same. It can be a secular super cycle type trend around ocean technologies, assuming there's sustained progress, sustained funding up the capital stack. That's the important thing.
Okay. Leon, you were nodding there in terms of the difference or the comparison.
No, I think nowadays climate tech seems to be focused around carbon mitigation, reduction, capture, whereas with ocean tech, I think a lot of it is focusing really about enhancing ocean recovery, ocean health, thriving ocean, which it kind of by default goes back to enabling the ocean to do what it does best, which essentially be the lungs of this planet and release oxygen and capture carbon. So it's slightly more steps along the process.
I mean, that sounds very positive from an investor perspective in terms of what you might want to invest into. Why is it different in terms of the attraction of capital? Yeah.
You know what? I think ocean tech is simply, in terms of kind of why we've seen less investments in ocean tech, there's many different reasons. I think oceans are somewhat distant from people's minds in many ways. I think there's a lot of difficulties that come to the ocean, when you're looking at potentially any issues with onshore wind propellers and so forth, wind farms. It's a lot simpler to fix. When something happens offshore, you have to spend a lot more money and time to fix such a problem. So, we have a lot of unknowns in the oceans. R&D capabilities are probably more intense. We have less potential people focusing from a founder perspective and expertise perspective as well. We need a lot more flow into that. So we're slowly seeing that ecosystem developing, and I think now is, as we see across the room, is really the time to focus on that.
Rita, let's go back to your verticals as well. Which of those would you say are more ready than others in terms of taking capital in the startup or the earlier stages of the fund? Who's ready and who's not, and from a sector or vertical perspective, do you think?
Right. Well, definitely blue biotech, where we have a strong focus on because it has major potential given the wide range of potential industrial applications that we're looking at, from packaging, bioplastics, new materials, cosmetics, textiles, you name it. So it's the sustainable use of marine bioresources that are applicable for these whole types of industries. That's not only the industries itself, it's the whole potential of application throughout their value chains. So this is definitely one of the sectors that we see that are growing more. We also look at food and feed, so new solutions for the food and feed industry. And we include here the aquaculture sector because we obviously know today that there's a whole lot of problems to be solved due to the growing demand of more sustainable food coming up. And as shared before, the AI and data space, alongside one particular, another vertical that we're focusing on, which is more opportunistic to us, which is related to the enabling technologies for the renewable offshores. But given the pressing need for the development of this industry, we see huge potential. And obviously we know that with regards to that, Portugal and Spain have extraordinary conditions for these startups to locate part of their technical teams and operations to benefit from the access to talent over there, to the more cost-efficient infrastructures for building the pilot plants or production facilities, but also for testing their technologies and have access to the sea resources. So that's a key aspect for the development of these verticals, so to say.
And let me ask you, but also Jamie, those are people who are ready, and without potentially offending any individual startup in the audience, I was having a conversation and somebody was saying it's interesting that you have a wave of startups that all come roughly at the same time in a particular sector, and they're all moving slightly different approaches or technologies, but they become available at some point and investable. Who's not there yet from an early stage, right? You guys are at the pre-seed stage, the dream, the idea. Who are you still saying, do you know what? It's in our thesis, but they're not there yet, as an industry.
Yeah, I'm open to debating here and if there's founders representing the sector, but I'd say we have challenges currently around, I conceptually have challenges still on the market dynamics around carbon capture in the ocean. I think it comes with lots of physical challenges, permitting challenges. That's a lot of the reason, we've excited to be partnering on the Blue Action Accelerator to work through those solutions. But one has to think about that market dynamic. There's been great work more broadly in climate to set that kind of forward purchase mechanism for climate capture credits, right? You look at the Frontier Fund, you look at companies like Microsoft making big commitments, but these are still technologies that are extremely expensive, relying on that same dynamic of goodwill from forward purchasing corporates who want to make that statement of intent, but a pathway to scale is going to be a challenge.
Blue carbon, any others, Leanne, Rita, that you think not quite there, but exciting to think about in 12, 24, 36 months?
Some people might disagree. I mean, it's not that it's not quite there, but there's a lot of movement now in offshore wind and solar. We are looking at tidal and wave, but inherently very difficult industries. There's definitely some push and some innovation in the space. I'm just not sure timing is quite right with regards to the progress we're seeing in some of these adjacent industries.
Okay. Well, thank you for the honesty and directness here. Let's actually shift, because we're starting to talk about selection, right? So we may be adding at the 1,000 Ocean Startups, but in deciding which of the 20 or 30 companies that are going to be in each of your funds, right, roughly the target portfolio size, deciding who's going to be in is going to be critical. So given you're involved also in pre-seed, as I said, and seed, that's particularly challenging as a stage. Rita, let's think about your DD. What are the 2 or 3 most critical aspects in your DD list when you're looking at a founder or a venture?
Well, I don't think I'm going to say anything that everyone in the room already thinks, because first criteria is always about the team, how solid, how complementary, how driven, ambitious, because we only invest in teams that want to build global companies.
So let me ask, I've often heard that technical knowledge is not always as developed in the ocean space as it is in other climate spaces. Would you agree with that? And others as well. Do you have the PhD or the academic or the technical rigor coming into the ocean space that you do in other areas?
I think that the technical expertise has to be there. Obviously, we look at teams that have a strong technical background in these diverse areas, because we invest in deep tech. So meaning we usually support the companies when they're transferring their technology to market, entering the market, doing first pilots in their initial growth journey. So obviously the technical expertise of the team has to be there. Okay. But that's definitely not all about the technical expertise. The team has to be driven and has to be purpose-driven, has to be impactful, because that's a second criteria for us. It's also, we're an impact fund, so we care about the environmental performance of the companies, and we, alongside the financial returns that the companies may have in the future. The third aspect that we obviously look at is about the value proposition of the solutions that are being deployed and developed. So we need to understand first whether the solutions are going to tackle a relevant problem within the ocean space, and what they're doing best when compared to the others. So I would say that these 3 are the strongest criteria for us when we start engaging with the teams.
Okay. Does that sound familiar to Leanne, you and Jamie as well? What would make a founder or a company stand out in that sense?
Yeah, I think it's a relentless mission around it. I'm looking at people that we've both invested in or worked with in the room, and they have a unifying characteristic of being entirely set on a mission, being entirely set on trying to build something that might take them 20 years. And I think in these categories of companies, that's required. Testing for that, when it's not the easiest thing to do at the very early stages, but I think you start to see what that looks like when people talk about their business and what they're trying to build, the community they're trying to build around it. There's obviously a lot of more complex factors that we'd love to say that we look at, but I'd say it's a really defining characteristic.
Leanne, what about yourself?
Yeah, I mean, I think the first kind of criteria is, do I want to work with these people? Can I get the energy, get as excited in the first call as I am in the third call? And it goes back to being mission-driven, but also to being potentially some of them very technical, but do they also have that commercial expertise to sell their product, to hire the right talent, to kind of bring it to market and to fundraise? And, in terms of kind of more impact, as Rita was mentioning, for us it's very important that kind of impact and revenue cannot be decoupled in any way. So for every unit of impact, there's a unit of revenue and vice versa. We will not invest in a company that does something and plant trees on the side or offsets their carbon. That's not real impact. So yeah, all of those, and of course, big markets and the right time.
Well, let me carry on with that then, because that's a first hurdle, right? The companies that have decoupled those two things or are potentially contradictory are not going to make it through the first or the second hurdle for you guys. Let's think further along. At that last hurdle, what could be something that would cause you to say, do you know what? Actually, this is not the right company for us, even if they've made it through the first couple, 2, 3, 4 calls that you have. When it kindly comes down to the IC, what is it that might not end up getting you invested?
Sorry. For me, I mean, there's different elements, but I think sometimes there's just, we need to make sure that the right momentum globally, whether it's regulations, whether it's consumer behavior, is moving in the right direction. Where there are too many moving parts, when I'm just not convinced that the timing is right for quite a few of them at the right time, for us, that usually where it falls on some of the hurdles.
Okay. Jamie, you're nodding. Is that?
Yeah, I think that's right. I think we're being paid to think about timing of markets, and yes, I think that's a pretty critical reason why things don't go to that final stage. Is can't build conviction about this being the absolute perfect time for this. So often get it wrong, but
we like you, just not right now. Is basically what happens. Rita, what about for you? Are there examples that you can give, without necessarily naming names, of somebody who made it all the way through but didn't quite get the investment?
Well, I think that we need to see as well. Sometimes teams are not investment ready for us, and we work together with them to understand how they're evolving into, getting the initial traction, consolidating the product market fit, also how they're developing their go-to-market strategy going forward. So it's definitely not only about the technology, it's also about this product market fit and the vision for the initial stages of market entry that we need to see. And sometimes as we work with these founders that are not investment ready, we see their capacity to execute and to deliver and to, evolve at fast pace throughout the whole process with us. And sometimes we lose momentum because we don't see that they're all evolving as quickly as we would like them to, and so that can be can pose a difficulty, and at the end of the day will enable us or lead us to not pursue the investment here.
Now, we were talking in advance in preparation, and one of the things I thought a bit technical, but I thought was very interesting that you both brought up was cap tables. Not necessarily specific to oceans, but it'd be fascinating just to share in terms of how you're thinking about that and the importance of that for founders as they're getting going, and potentially we might bridge to the IP question as well. But Can you share a little bit about where that has been a stumbling block? Both Leanne, you and Rita mentioned that was something that was not helpful.
Well, definitely. I think that's thinking of how to structure the cap table from day one is really, really important, because the cap table needs to reflect how the team is aligned.
And where do they get it wrong for you? If you saw a cap table that looked like X, where would you say, do you know what, it's not going to work, even if we love what you're doing and the potential you have?
Well, I think that, yeah, there's sometimes completely unbalanced cap tables that we see, even among founders, or when there are some, early investors than institutional VCs that are stepping in, and I think that there's the need to structure carefully these early stage cap tables, because this can really impact negatively the ability of the teams to structure and.
But it sounds like it also negatively affects your ability or willingness to invest into the companies too.
Because that will, well, it will take. It's a lot of work, and sometimes it's a lot of entropy, so to say, to be able to do a recap of the balance of the cap table, and so it's definitely one aspect that will bring entropy to the process of in the investment.
Leanne, would you add anything to that?
Yeah, it's really about founders controlling their dilution and not giving too much too early. Really, as kind of a rule of thumb, at Series A, you want the founding team to have about 40%. If you see them over-diluted, it becomes a problem, and reshifting and restructuring the cap table is possible. But at early stage, if you've just given up too much for too little, it's sometimes difficult to backtrack, and for us, it's kind of a red line.
Okay, interesting. Well, let's move on to the last topic, support. So how do we help to grow them successfully to the next stage? The reality of it is you're dealing with early stage. Most of the companies you're going to invest into are going to be flat or even potentially fail. Clearly, you're always making an investment decision with potential upside, but let's be realistic about it. Jamie, what have you seen kill ocean companies that you've made investments into or that others have done? What are some of the things particularly that you note?
I think it's primarily, I actually think it's a function of the market that we're operating in and the availability of capital. I'd say that's the primary challenge. People run out of money and they can't convince follow-on investors to raise more capital. That's often a function of the momentum and the traction that's been developed. So that is something that we, as kind of relatively active early stage investors with a big support team around the companies, will try to encourage to get as much momentum going. That's what the follow-on investors, we prime those follow-on investors as well. We do that work is when we make the investment to think who's going to be that next funding partner. But that's the fundamental reason we see companies fail.
Okay. Rita, for you?
Well, then again, I think that's another aspect that relates to their ability to execute. So execution for us is really, really important. And their ability to, and we've discussed it earlier today, so their ability to build, to bring on board additional team members, their ability to deliver on the traction, deliver initial pilots, even the ability to obviously fundraise for, and that's all related to the ability of the teams to execute. So
now, Jamie.
Yeah, no, I was just going to add. I think what's happened, again, coming back to the why ocean and climate and maybe are different categories to traditional early stage private markets. What you've had in more generalist venture capital is a very standardized framework for where companies need to get to. So a Series A software company needs to be doing $1 million or $2 million of ARR, right? And kind of that's been well documented. It's taken 20 years for that to become the norm. I think my point about kind of why things fail is probably a mismatch of expectations. There isn't a consistent rule of thumb for what a Ocean biotechnology company needs to achieve at Series A. It's the company will say, this is what my milestones are. The Series A investors say, what are your milestones, right? So there is always that mismatch. We can only get better at this as a general ecosystem if the transparency and the frameworks are there. Not to say that there isn't kind of, value in having imperfect information, but clearly it's about kind of standardizing expectations about what companies can achieve.
Thank you, because that is, I want to get it more into what specifically about Oceans. Leanne,
Well, yeah, Oceans, a lot of the time, it is deep tech, and it requires a lot of R&D, and what you see is overspending and under-delivering. Now, what under-delivering means is clearly different per different companies, but the idea is really to, even if you're deep tech R&D, is to show some sort of path to commercial partnerships, to some sort of revenue at some point, and to show that you're moving towards that line. I think that's really key, even if it's in 3 years' time.
Yeah. Now, Rita, on Faber's website, in bold letters on the landing page, it reads, "Doers, not bankers." And I'm still trying not to be too offended by that comment. What is it that makes you doers after you write the first check?
Well,
and particularly for Oceans, right? So what is it that uniquely you're bringing to bear here?
Definitely. Well, this comes to the fact that we are a team that is composed of technology people, first of all. So we don't come from the investment banking experience. We are all technology people that obviously complemented the technological background with experience in investment management, entrepreneurial experience, industry experience. So that's a first aspect. So the way that we work with the teams is that we bring them our technical expertise. We provide them guidance in our technical expertise, strategically wise, our industry connections, because we, as an extension of the team, we also work with a pool of advisors that come from academia, industry, and they can work with the portfolio companies as well on the band basis to provide insights for them while they're developing their roadmap and alongside their journey. And so this is what we do. So we combine this as well, working in a very collaborative way with the ecosystem, with other investors that are specialized in this space, because we're truly convinced that obviously we need to bring additional and late-stage investors to work with us and to provide additional capital to the company. So that's what we do. We provide strategic guidance, technical expertise, industry connections, and obviously a network of other VCs that are operating in this space.
Interesting.
All of that and emotional support.
Very much.
No, I'm sure. And actually, Founders Forum, being part of that wider group, I was looking at there's 12 different initiatives and all sorts of things. To what extent is that what is needed, do you think, for Ocean community or Ocean startups to be able to build and scale? As you're talking about, it's a younger ecosystem, it's a very active and integrated one, but how much of the support is needed by the community, do you think?
The group probably has worked with over 500 startups in the last decade across the various funds and investment partnerships. I think what we saw in the opportunity to plug the Blue Action Accelerator was purely just to work with a partnership where there is a real world testing facility. That, for me, having kind of interacted with the Ocean investment landscape for the last few years, there's some brilliant early stage programs for companies that provide general business building support, lots of Ocean mentors, but lack that physical space, that physical testing bed, and that's what's unique about the partnership in the Bahamas. But I think there's generalizations in what it takes to build a company from 0 to kind of 0.5, hiring great people, selling a story, raising capital, as I said, and those are relatively uniform across every profile of startup.
Okay. Leanne, before we get to Q&A, let me ask you just a final question. You're a former founder yourself. We're talking about economic conditions. You and Rita brought up sort of the idea of managing capital. If you were thinking about going forward, capital is going to be more scarce in terms of the environment. How are you counseling portfolio companies around fundraising? What advice would you give to founders in the audience?
Yeah, former banker as well. But I mean, really, it's about smart spending, right? It's about being conservative and smart and going after the strategy, not being too scattered, and being careful. And if you need to cut ahead of the next round, you need to cut.
Are you saying think about the runway that you thought you were going to have and add 50%, 100%?
Oh,
200% longer in terms of how thin does that need to stretch now, do you
it
think?
really depends on the company and the stage of the company as well, and how fast their burn rate is going. But absolutely think that it will take longer, potentially 6 months longer to fundraise. Although, you know, we're still, if you're a great company, you will raise. It's no doubt. But you need to probably work a little bit harder and hit a few more metrics, and probably be sensitive to the fact that your valuations will be lower than expected.
Okay. Jamie, you're nodding about lower valuations. Is that self-interest, or is that...
It works both sides. There are existing companies that you'd love to be raising at higher valuations and new opportunities. I think, yeah, I mean, again, broader tech markets last few years were overheated, and there's been a reset, generally speaking. I would say in environmental early stage technologies, still lots of people building things, which is exciting. And as I said, at the early stage, valuation is less of a, it's important, but ultimately we're trying to solve big problems. So hopefully these companies, if they go right, which is a very low probability, they can be big results.
Excellent. Well, let's open it up to the audience. As I said, love to take some questions from people in terms of thoughts or questions that you have for the investors on stage. From the back. Oh, sorry, Giacomo in the... Yeah. It is.
Yeah, thank you for calling me by name there. I was just wondering, you know, I've been sensing the same thing, and it was really interesting how it came out in this conversation. I think, Jamie, you brought it up, and it was about the metrics that these startups are, like, have to try and achieve. And I think I've also been thinking about that, and I'd really like to double click on that point. Who comes up with these metrics? You know, obviously sometimes also climate tech is involved with software-based, but there's also hardware-based. So there's this whole spectrum of different kinds of investments. And like, yeah, what are those metrics? Like you mentioned, VC, it's pretty clear over the last 2 decades what is required to get from A to B to C, etc. What are the trends looking like for you through in the whole spectrum in
Jamie, do you want to take that?
I think there's a piece of work which we may be doing in part, but I'm also seeing good people do this too in different verticals to start to put frameworks around, as you said, what this can look like for these profiles of companies and these harder to build categories, non-software categories. It still, you know, fundamentally comes back to trying to generate money and revenues. So that's always going to be, you know, hopefully an important feature. We all want these companies to start to be developing that. But then if you unpack that into the other things that become relevant for harder science companies, it may be around early, you know, the scale of the technology, right? It's from kind of demonstration to, you know, first of its kind, right? That's a challenge we see in a lot of companies right now in this early kind of second innings of climate and oceans, I guess. And then I think it's, you know, it's about the partnerships and the potential forward orders, right? And so that's another kind of area that there's nothing standardized here, but we should hopefully start to see more consistency about companies getting funded at these stages with the same side, you know, type of performance.
Let me just ask very bluntly, should founders set the metrics? Not the milestones, but the metrics, or should the professional ventures?
It's a market, right? It's a market, and it's a functioning market where founders come to market with equity and price discovery, and they're looking for investors to price that capital. But that will be a function of what's happening in the underlying business. All we can do as an ocean ecosystem is to start to kind of surface in a not a confidential way, but start to surface what good looks like at Series A for a cellular, aquaculture company, or a carbon capture company, and hopefully that then sets expectations between upstream investors and downstream investors as to what you need to achieve. Founders hopefully are involved in that, but it's important that that's kind of made more transparent.
Okay.
Well, I think that's just a compliment. I think that I slightly disagree with Jamie here in the sense that I think that we have expectations and we have proxies of what we expect to see in companies when they're raising, a pre-seed round or a seed round, or, targeting a pre-Series A or Series A. We kind of have our own expectations in terms of technical development roadmap and journey towards the commercialization of the technology. What I think it's really, really important is that, and that takes me back to the fundraising process of the companies. I think that we have to, founders have to plan very carefully and communicate it very clearly to the investors what are the expected milestones that they will be achieving for the specific round that they're fundraising for and for the next round. And as long as we have clarity on that, so what will be the inflection points coming up at the end of the round that they're raising for and for the next round, I think it makes the fundraising process much easier.
Okay,
so
great.
That's my
great
personal
thought.
opinion. Thank you.
There was a question in the far back.
Yes. Hi, I'm Courtney Opshaug from Blue Ocean Gear. That was some great discussion on the timing of the technology readiness level. And I wondered, as funds with an ocean impact focus, do you take into account also the urgency of the problem being addressed? And are there any truly urgent ocean issues where you see that technology really just isn't keeping up?
Anyone?
I mean, first of all, I think we're all doing this because we do see the urgency of in trying to bring solutions to market and fund them in early stages to bring them in time for 2030, 2050, whatever kind of timeline we're looking at. But there's a lot of urgency in a lot of things. It depends who you're talking to. I mean, we see urgency in plastic pollution. We see urgency in illegal fishing. We see urgency in the biodiversity crisis. We see urgency in the energy crisis. So a lot of them, I think, and partly where we chose to invest is due to the urgency that we're seeing in these sectors.
Great. Other questions? I think there was one other, sort of halfway back. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Maya Kashpov. I'm from the business development team at Captura. We harness the carbon removal powers of the oceans to draw down planet warming CO2. Jamie, I know you mentioned you have some hesitation with ocean-based CDR. We're a little bit different because we do generate a concentrated stream of CO2 that can be sequestered or utilized in low carbon products. Aside from that point, what other hesitations do you have about ocean-based carbon removal, and what can we do at Captura to give you more confidence moving forward?
Jamie, you can make that brief because there's a whole panel tomorrow on that, so I'll lead that one as we get some more questions. But
I'm very interested by the carbon transformation piece. I think turning CO2 as a waste resource into a viable product is extremely interesting. And there's already an existing market for that viable product. The credit market, the frontier purchasing of carbon credits, particularly CDR, there are just macro challenges about the consistency of this. Will this face a persistent demand? It seems to be the case. There's lots of signals. It's just there's a timing reservation. And I actually think, interestingly, you probably need to take a whole portfolio approach on CDR. It's a really interesting funds being built just focused on that problem.
Okay, thank you. Well, I think we're coming back to the front.
Yeah, the question. Hello.
Yeah.
Opportunity for you to comment the very busy actuality. I was wondering if how, as investors and banker, there's also a question for you, Damien. You were positioning yourself on the recent collapse of the Silicon Valley Bank, that, as you know, was also very active financing climate tech startups.
Well, I think the startup community in the first instance is the one that should be speaking about how that has affected you and otherwise.
I could say it was a horrible weekend, generally speaking, very tough. But in the UK, it has seemed to have resolved. What that means in the long term, there's some interesting kind of writing around kind of Silicon Valley Bank's approach to climate technologies. They have some relatively aggressive venture debt products and things like that do potentially put a kind of a buffer on what could be funded. But it seems like that has been solved in the UK specifically. The US is maybe a different problem.
I think it was a test run, a fire alarm, and what it taught you is to diversify your deposits.
Fantastic. Question here. I will say, from a Barclays perspective, not Silicon Valley Bank by nature, but we have actually had a high growth and entrepreneurs proposition for a number of years, built in competition. It's been interesting. We've had people come from SVB to come join Barclays, and actually I've had colleagues go to SVB as well. So it's been interesting to see that for us as a clear proposition, venture debt, thinking about different, a better understanding of the ecosystem, dedicated relationship managers, and that is in part of the reason, actually both in general high growth, but actually also ventures associated with climate, social entrepreneurs, et cetera. So it has been a recognition that we have had in terms of how we operate. But of course, different organization, we will obviously have to see from a UK perspective what happens now with their new parents, and obviously the unknown still in the US. Dimitri.
Yeah, Dimitri Spivak, Barclays Private Bank. I have a general question on the ecosystem and the market dynamics you mentioned. So the question is, what could be done in order to accelerate the change towards impact investing as such, and if any ideas that you have to get the large corporations be onboarded on that journey?
I think Mr. Castellini mentioned a little bit at the end of his talk around benchmarking. I'd say impact has some challenges from a data perspective. You're building a new, effectively, accounting standard. I think that needs more time to mature. You also need to have better understanding of what my dollar achieves and what that can look like. The more funding that can come from the asset management industry to kind of bring that together, the better, so that consumers of these fund products have an ability to kind of be confident that impact's being achieved and that it's either above or below or deriving impact alpha, as you want to call it.
I'm going to try to wrap us up. We're almost out of time. I just want to go around one final thought for the audience from each of you. Let's go back to the investors who we're concerned about. What's the best lesson or one piece of advice that you would give to those interested in starting in investing in the ocean economy? Just go across here. Leanne.
Come speak to me, can I say that?
Yeah.
But otherwise, really, if you're already here, it's the right first step. Immerse yourself in the ecosystem and start pulling the trigger. Start investing in the space and invest in how you want the world to look.
Fantastic. Rita.
Well, I think there's an ocean of opportunities for new entrants in the ocean space, and these early adopters and early investors. I think that from an investment point of view, it makes total sense to partner with some of the specialized VC firms that exist in our experience in this sector. So I would definitely challenge you to consider that approach.
Okay.
I would say go speak to some of the great entrepreneurs in the room. The most exciting part about this job is meeting people building really brilliant things for the world. So start there.
Start there. Excellent. Well, thank you all for the insights. I think certainly given the number of entrepreneurs in the room, I wish you luck over the next hour or two in terms of being approached. Let me say, certainly as Olivier and Minister Castellini both brought up, the investment required to preserve and regenerate our oceans will be massive. I think, Rita, as you said, let us also remember that so are the investment opportunities. For those of you that are less active currently, I hope the panel sort of inspired you and has given you a bit more confidence to join this community, which very clearly is a warm and embracing one to create more sustainable oceans. And finally, I certainly have to say again, thank you to the foundation. And as Gerald noted, it is a pleasure and a privilege for Barclays Private Bank, and certainly for me, to continue to be involved for the third year in Monaco Ocean Week. Thank you very much.
To Rita, Jamie, and Leanne, and thank you again to Damien for moderating that panel on financing ocean innovation. Next now, for our last panel of the day, we're going to focus on coastal resilience, something that is crucial to protecting coastal communities long-term, especially in the face of increasing threats from climate change. This next session is going to look at the best ways to safeguard our shores, with a particular focus on the situation in the beautiful Bahamas. To moderate this panel, would you now welcome back Julia Seeger and her panelists, Rupert Hayward from Blue Action Lab, Dale Galvin from the Global Fund for Coral Reefs, Kelly Arott from Vesta, and James Lindsay from Builders Vision. Please have a seat. Welcome back, everyone. Well, welcome back to us, to me at least. Okay, this is the last panel. Hope you're still awake and with us. We have a fascinating conversation coming up. Thank you to all of our panelists for being with us. Rupert Hayward, Director of Grand Bahama Port Authority, founder of the Blue Action Lab. Thank you for being with us. Kelly Earhart, am I saying that correctly? Co-founder and president of Vesta, Dale Galvin, managing director of Global Fund for Coral Reefs, and James Lindsay, principal at Builders Vision. Thank you as well for being with us. Rupert, I'd like to turn to you first. There are about 1 billion people today who are living in coastal areas, and because of rising seas, increased storm intensity, but also loss of biodiversity, degradation of marine ecosystems. This threatens not only their economies that are tightly linked to the ocean in general, right? But it also threatens their way of life. This is why the Blue Action Lab, from what I understand, was first built to be able to create that hub that enables technologies to be tested, but also financed and then applied to meaningful causes. Could you perhaps tell us why the Grand Bahama is such a great place to test technologies?
I can. So it's unique in Grand Bahama. One of the key differentiators is that the port area inside Grand Bahama, which is 230 square miles, is governed by a private organization called the Grand Bahama Port Authority. And back in 1955, it was one of the first free trade zones. It was the original sort of charter city model, a city governed by a private entity, where certain powers were devolved to the Grand Bahama Port Authority, which gave it quasi-governmental functions around permitting, planning, licensing inside the port area. The Port Authority also sort of regulates the utilities. And there are a number of commercial assets that are controlled by a sister company called Port Group Limited, which include the deepest harbour south of Nova Scotia, includes one of the largest container ports in the Western Hemisphere, includes the largest dry dock ship repair yard by volume in the world, and it has also this natural capital component. And the natural capital involves the mangroves in the North Shore, the reefs on the South Shore, the deep water drop-off just beyond that, and then miles and miles of undeveloped, pristine coastal areas, which all sit right at the forefront of climate change crisis. We're at the top of the Hurricane Alley. So when you combine this regulatory sort of oversight, this expeditious regulatory component, you combine the natural assets where you would test these technologies, plus the ecosystem of strategic partners. So Hutchison Whampoa owns half the harbour with my family's company. MSC is a partner in the container port. Royal Caribbean and Carnival are partners in the shipyard. Now, even though to many people these organizations are in some ways at the forefront of the problem of the climate crisis, they're also the entities that need to change and we need to work with in order to create this sustainable future. And we have this unique, because we are a quasi-governmental body, and I'm wearing my Port Authority hat right now, we work with government, on formulating these sustainable strategies, not just for the nation, but for the second city, which sits inside the free trade zone.
Well, it's interesting because since the beginning of the roundtables that I've heard so far, we haven't heard, except perhaps this morning with the finance minister talking about inclusion, the need for inclusion. how do you reconcile, on one hand, the blue economy, and on the other, conservationists? How do you make sure that you also engage with the so-called companies that are still the dirty, the companies that are still polluting, because they are part of the problem? And maybe if you create coral farms or kelp farms, there will still be the problem if you don't go to the root of the problem.
Well, inclusion is right at the heart of everything that we do. You can't bring governments with you if you don't bring the people with you. You can't get governments to hold the polluters to account if they don't believe in the wider mission for creating sustainable futures. So, we always say, politicians and regulation and laws are right at the forefront of being able to create these sustainable futures, being able to expedite the solutions of the future to create healthy oceans and climate resilience. And so you have to get, there's a top-down approach and there's a bottom-up approach. And often, we'll hear today about the top-down approach, lots of thought leaders looking to change the world. What we forget, though, is that in order for that to happen in jurisdictions where we're not necessarily from or where we want to apply those solutions, you have to get to the grassroots. You have to listen to their concerns, and you have to make sure that they are supporters and advocates of what we need to do. And that's how you change the big polluters, because ultimately they're their customers, and also the politicians have a role in holding those polluters to account and putting in new legislations that require them not to pollute, as an example. And that is population, mass market driven.
We'll come back to that topic in just a moment, but I'd like to turn to you, Kelly, and talk about the VESTA. So it's a coastal carbon capture, and you do it thanks to a natural process, which has this dual advantage. It removes carbon dioxide from the atmosphere, and it reduces ocean acidity. Could you tell us more about that, but also the process of how you got that solution out of the lab and how you rolled it out in such a record time?
Sure. So at Vesta, we're developing this solution called coastal carbon capture. It is a process that essentially uses a carbon-removing sand made of the natural mineral olivine, and we add that sand to coastal areas, so marshlands that are in need of restoration, and coastlines that are also in need of protection and replenishment against the effects of sea level rise. And so we've deployed small pilots in a salt marsh in the United States and on a coastline in the United States. And the process itself works essentially by the olivine sand dissolving in seawater. And when it dissolves in seawater, it generates a natural chemical reaction that creates bicarbonate in the seawater. So it counteracts ocean acidity locally, which enhances seawater's natural capacity to sequester and store carbon in that form permanently. So it stays fixed there for hundreds of thousands of years in seawater. And this solution is something that had been studied for about 3 decades in academia and had been stuck in the lab. And so we founded Vesta to try and bring this technology out of the lab and into the real world to try and test it in controlled field experiments and understand if it was a viable solution for carbon removal at scale. And so far, we've had really positive results, which is incredibly exciting because the solution itself is an opportunity for billion-ton per year carbon removal in a permanent way that is incredibly cost-effective. So we're talking about $21 per ton at full scale, and is largely based, those costs are largely based on the existing supply chain that exists for bulk mineral transport. So there's a lot of sort of advantages to this, and I think we've spent an amazing amount of time discussing different ocean solutions today and yesterday. And one thing that we haven't touched on is the need for carbon dioxide removal and the need to scale solutions that are not just protecting our oceans, but also protecting the viability of our oceans for future years to come, which, our oceans have absorbed almost 30% of our carbon emissions, and so doing something like that can counteract the negative effects of acidification while also drawing down carbon, I think is a really important thing to discuss with this stakeholder group. And so for us, bringing this solution out of the lab and into the real world was very much a process of bringing together diverse disciplines from academia and science. We have 14 PhDs on our staff full-time that have been developing the scientific roadmap over the last 4.5 years that we advanced in the lab and now in the field. But it really took bringing experts together from diverse fields that in academia would never have been talking to each other. You don't get geochemists talking to marine biologists that are talking to coastal engineers to solve a singular problem until you bring it into a more a company or a nonprofit like the one that we started.
James, could you tell us a little bit more about Builder's Vision, but also how you choose the company that you invest in?
Yeah, Builder's Vision is the family office of Lucas Walton, and everything we do is designed to combine the more common aspects of a family office together to make more impact. We don't want our foundation not working with our direct investment team, and we don't want our fund-to-fund style approach to leave behind a lot of our thematic areas, which a lot of other offices do so, sadly. So I spend most of my time in oceans and energy. We primarily look for fund managers to support, and we've got a few up here on stage with us. Rupert also has an accelerator fund out of the Bahamas that we recently committed to, and Dale we've supported through 2 funds now, most recently with the UN's Private Equity Fund for Coral Reef Sustainability, as well as the Malloy Fund in 2018. So within that model, we are looking for impact-focused managers. Nobody in that portfolio does not have a strong impact thesis. Many of these groups are, of course, seeking market rates of return, but it's still an emerging field. There was only really one player until 2019 or 2020 in the early stage ocean venture investing world. Now we're at about 30 or so, depending on how you want to quantify it. But we also directly invest. Ideally, we will not, because we will create this vibrant ecosystem of VC and PE funds that are achieving market rates of return with tremendous impact, but the market's not quite there. So we invest in very underserved areas of the market. Seaweed production and the supply chain is a major focus area for us, as well as fisheries technology. But we're also looking at more emerging areas of the world, such as ocean carbon dioxide removal and just general ocean innovation. So super broad mandate, but the main goal is to look for something that is, like I said, underserved or something that could uplift the entire market. So the company itself may not end up being successful, that's fine, but the innovations that they'll leave behind could change the sector. But that being said, we do pass on a lot of really promising companies, so if you don't see us in something, it's not a slight against them, it's just not perfectly aligned to what we're doing or at the right time.
Thank you. Now, up to half of the world's coral reefs have been lost, and if global temperatures rise by about 1.5 degrees, 90% could actually disappear, and that would have devastating effect, of course. Why is finance such an important tool in the fight to halt climate change? And tell us a little bit more about your unique approach using innovation impact investing.
Okay, thank you. I think I'll start to talk a little bit about nature. We've talked a lot about oceans in a very general sense today. It's big, it's 66% of the Earth's surface and so on. But if you focus on the intersection of people and nature and people in the ocean, that's the coastal ecosystem, and that's why we're talking about coastal resilience here on this panel. What I think maybe not everybody knows, and I don't want to repeat a lot of facts and figures, but half the world's fish comes from that coastal ecosystem. Nearly all of the world's coral reefs are in the first 12 miles from shore in emerging markets or the developing tropics, the terrestrial waters. And from a coastal community point of view, these are the most climate vulnerable communities that there are. They're they're working in a vocation of last resort, fishing and coastal farming. And these are generally completely unmanaged areas of the ocean. So it's not like it's the tragedy of the commons that was mentioned earlier, but it's not the international waters, it's actually the coastal part of the oceans where people are fishing and depending on those resources for their livelihoods every day. Unmanaged. So again, if you want to protect those resources and those reefs, you have to reduce the direct threats as well as the climate threat and help them be more resilient in the face of rising ocean temperatures, and that means reducing overfishing, coastal development, pollution, those direct threats in those places, and that's where we invest. And just to tell you a little bit more about the Global Fund for Coral Reefs, we invest in a unique segment in the impact investing market. We've heard a lot about VC and technologies today, which I think are fantastic, and we need that disruption in the sector. But meanwhile, there are literally thousands of companies that, maybe in the US you'd call them a lower or middle market company, but those are quite large in most emerging markets that are doing the damage every day that are causing those threats to those reefs and those ecosystems, the mangroves that house the blue carbon, the seagrass beds, and so on. So by investing into those companies and at a significant level, ownership, majority level, significant minority, these are companies that not only create or impact thousands of jobs, but tens of thousands of fishers and farmers each, and have an opportunity to provide responsible sourcing practices, have an opportunity to reduce pollution, have an opportunity to do development in a sustainable way. So that's how we invest. And that part of the market really hasn't been touched by impact investing to date at all. So sometimes we talk about the missing middle. This is like the missing top. There is no investing. There's investing,
Why
but there's
is
no
that?
impact investing. I don't know why. I think it's a scary market. These are hard companies to work with. I mean, these are often family owned from multiple generations. They're not generally very liquid. It's a big cash business. There's not a lot of working capital. But I think what's useful for us, and we talked a little about this earlier, is that there's a transition now in the world. There's some tailwinds around government policy, consumer demand, multinational corporation demand for sustainable seafood, for knowing your scope 3 emissions, for ensuring ESG standards in your supply chain. And there's very little visibility down to that last mile of fishers and farmers. So by investing with a transformative approach, we can reduce threats to coastal environments and reefs and provide business opportunities serving up to those markets and consumers supply sustainable fish and related goods and services that are lacking right now. I'll just make one more point about the blended nature of the fund. It's really a coalition. We have a partnership with the United Nations that has a large-scale grant instrument that does both grants and concessionary investments in our relevant fields and supply chains, as well as a TA fund, a technical assistance fund that works hand in hand with our investment fund. And then within our private equity fund, we have a anchor investor, which is the Green Climate Fund, which is taking a first loss. And the idea there isn't that we're riskier than any other fund in emerging markets, but it's to just really get investors off the fence and take that leap into SDG 14 and the blue economy, and help to kind of provide a little catalytic structure there to build this size of a fund, which has never been attempted before for oceans.
Now you're just talking about the last mile. Can we go back on that? Why is it so important to work at that level and to work with local communities in your different experiences? Why is it important to really bring them in?
Well, I mean, I think lots of the threatened communities are sort of small island developing states. They need to feel empowered. They need to feel that their concerns are being met. One of the ways in which you create real resilience is by creating diversified economies in these particular areas, so that if you have a pandemic or you have a hurricane and tourism is stopped, people can still have a livelihood. And of course, there are huge issues of environmental, but also economic issues associated with not having coastal resilience. I mean, when you have a hurricane, it rips out hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars of capital and deflates the economy. And if you haven't got ways in which you can provide the impetus to that economy to give it life again, people lose their livelihoods, and they are less equipped going forward to put in the coastal resiliency that required of its infrastructure, et cetera, et cetera. So you've got to bring in the communities. You've got to provide economic models for diversification. You've got to provide education so they can solve the problems themselves. And empowering people is part of what we do.
Yeah, I can just build on that slightly. So I think in the field of ocean carbon dioxide removal, it's absolutely necessary that communities are involved at every step of the process. I think any carbon removal solution faces a fundamental scaling issue if they're not involving communities, and involving communities not just in the sort of consultative process, but also in an understanding of how they'll benefit from these activities happening in their backyards or on their coastlines. And so for us, this has been something that's really guided our thinking since the beginning. So for the last roughly 2 years, we've been doing a participatory governance and stakeholder engagement project in the Dominican Republic, where we worked with the local community there to understand their perceptions around carbon dioxide removal and work through a sort of local, culturally specific educational module, where for this small fishing community, many had never even heard the word carbon before. They're feeling the impacts of climate change. They're seeing their fisheries dwindling, but these are not the terms that they use to describe them. And so working through this process with them and defining a framework for give back, for equitable economic development that was in the way that they would benefit if we were to do a project there was something that we really learned a lot from. And we worked with some of the local universities in the Dominican Republic and some local female social scientists and published a paper into preprint called Localized Governance for Carbon Dioxide Removal in Small Island Developing States. And that's a mouthful, but it's something where there's really not a lot of research. And I don't think we can underscore the importance of really involving communities at the local level, and of course at the state and federal level if we're going through a permitting process, which we always will need to. But bringing communities along with us on this journey of understanding how these solutions can benefit them and ensuring that they're centered in that benefit sharing process, I think is going to be critical to scaling any solution that intervenes in the natural environment.
How do you scale up innovations when it comes to coastal resilience innovations, right? Because it's not the high seas. It does belong, right, to, I mean, this is a question, I don't know. It does belong, I guess, to the country where you're operating. So can you actually scale it up, or do you have to have this approach where everywhere you go, you have to adapt, right? You have to adapt your narrative. Like, how do you go about that?
Well, we think about this a lot. There are many ways in which you can scale. I mean, you can take a technology, and we'll take Coral Vita as an example. We brought, 2 entrepreneurs with a business plan, gave them land, got them their permitting, gave them a contract, and they won a major prize. They're now restoring, I think are about to get a massive contract to restore reefs in the Red Sea. A huge contract. So that technology is not just being scaled in the Bahamas, it's being scaled in other jurisdictions. And the idea behind the Blue Action Lab really was to create this network of different solutions. Not all of them can be applied universally around the world, but many of them can. And actually to then grow the sort of strategic partners that we have in different jurisdictions. So we're working with the Port of San Diego, we're working with Miami, we're working with Monaco, we're working with the Atlantic Smart Port Blue Accelerator Network, and all of them will have different technologies that we will incubate and bring through. And its first instance, they'll go to the jurisdiction which is best suited to grow that technology. But ideally, lots of these have universal application or application around the world where you have the threats of resilience. The other way is to take the Blue Action Lab model and to take it to different jurisdictions. And then they're understanding the complexities of ecosystem building and understanding who are the key decision makers. How do you put grassroots communications plans in place? How do you do stakeholder engagement effectively in these jurisdictions so you can unlock the regulatory components, the laws and the decision makers to become advocates? So those are the 2 ways in which we're looking to do it. One is by empowering the technologies, testing them, financing them, being allowed them to scale around the world. And the other one is to replicate the model, or to give other people our knowledge so they can do it in Mexico and other jurisdictions around the world.
Do you have somewhat of a methodology, like if to create an ecosystem, for instance? Like, where do you start? How do you identify the people who are going to be facilitating certain things? Like, it would be really interesting to have a methodology that you could kind of share with everybody, because I feel like collaboration and sharing and experience sharing is key in the industry right now.
I mean, yes, there are certain home truths that we have developed which are transferable. The stakeholder engagement piece, and understanding your routes to key decision makers takes very careful stakeholder mapping. You need to have your gatekeepers, and when you go through the process, who you don't meet is almost as important as who you do meet. And as I said, right at the forefront of all of this is the stakeholder engagement at the grassroots. But it's a lot more complicated than that. I don't want to hog the mic.
Sure. But just to add on, as an allocator, we don't often hear your pain points. Many of our fund managers only want to present us the positives. Never hold back, especially with larger groups, because we have access to every NGO in the world. We can open up doors wherever we really want. And so some of our managers are quite good about that, usually people that we've had a longer relationship with. But anyone who's in this world, don't always hide what's challenging to you.
Right.
It's very easy to Well,
because
they're there to represent. They're getting good
Yeah.
financial returns for us,
Right.
which we hope you do. But your troubles are often just as important, if not more important, for us to know about. This is also for our direct investments. Tell your investors what's really happening. You might have a trouble getting a kelp farm permitted in a certain area because of some environmental bonding requirement. We very likely can make a contact with the regulatory agency overnight and find a way to help move this faster.
How can we create more synergies between, blue sustainable economy startups and big groups? Can those startups help big groups also transform their ways and their model, their business model?
I would say so. We're not directly involved with Vesta, but hearing
Something's
their
happening.
framework for how you have developed these community engagement areas is tremendous, and we can apply that to half of our portfolio easily today.
Right.
Yeah,
So
easily transferable.
Right. You all have reported challenges in ocean governance, for instance, and scalability due to the lack of regulatory frameworks as well and scientific data. How do you overcome this problem? And maybe another question would be, what supranational entity is most likely to be able to create a binding governance framework? Is it the UN?
I can answer the first piece
question,
because we're actually in the process of doing it now, creating a center of excellence for ocean alkalinity enhancement in the Bahamas, operating on behalf of a very large organization that represents 5 or 6 of the largest ocean foundations who are looking to create a blanket permit, license, which would allow all ocean alkalinity enhancement technologies to come down and under the Blue Action Lab permit, working with government, having developed a framework that the government are comfortable with, that avoids negative environmental externalities and creates stakeholder engagement and is done in a safe and responsible manner. We're doing that. We're doing that with, again, in Bahamas it's very much about relationships. And we've engaged the former Attorney General who spent 2 times in office. She was the longest standing Attorney General of the Bahamas alive today. Now, she's built frameworks for the government for many, many years. She knows the people, the current Attorney General. She's able to uniquely help us to do that. And then you overlay MOUs that we have with the University of the Bahamas, so there's a transfer of knowledge and capital to the institutions that really benefit the next generation of Bahamians as well. So this is the sort of playbook that we have developed over the years, relationships, key stakeholder engagement, to develop these frameworks that allow sort of large-scale testing in a very responsible way.
I can add a little bit to that. So we started the Malloy Fund that James mentioned in 2018. Well, that was our final close, with the simple idea, and I can't repeat this enough, you have to have both governance and investment if you want to save the oceans. You can't do one without the other. As I mentioned, in emerging markets, there is almost no governance. And by that I mean, do you know who your fishers are? Do you know what your stocks are? Do you know where people are fishing, with what gear, what size limits, what part of the season? That stuff barely exists in almost every country in the global south. If it exists, it's not well enforced. So how do you invest into that without knowing the answers to those questions? On the other hand, a lot of NGOs have worked very hard to create governance without investment. That doesn't work that well either. If you look at all the MPAs in the world, the marine protected areas, most of them are paper parks. Most of them aren't enforced. Most of them don't work. They don't work because people aren't benefiting from them. And governments don't have aren't in support of them for that reason and others. So you have to combine those two things. And the good news is that governance isn't really rocket science. And to your point about differences between countries, I mean, fish don't know which country they're in, and they all tend to respond quickly to management, meaning fish less, and there will be more fish. Right. And luckily that's the case with fish. I mean, it's not the case with pandas, but it's the case with fish. They replicate quickly if you manage them, and so those systems to manage fisheries are well known and can be replicated pretty easily if you have the political will and the communities that are engaged to do that. I just want to make a point because we've talked a lot about the money needed to solve SDG 14 today. It's like 175 billion is the number the WEF I think puts out there. But realize that that's to protect 10% of the oceans, whereas a lot of you probably follow the 30 by 30 commitments to protect 30%. So that's a lot. Think about the money needed on the governance side to protect 3 times what the SDG goal includes. So it's not going to be solved, without a combination of this sort of the blended finance notion, at least in emerging markets, again, which is where all the biodiversity is and half of our fish.
Right. How realistic is the 30 by 30 goal?
Well, it's realistic that a bunch of people are going to pledge to do it. Are they going to do it? Yeah, I mean, it's tough. What do you think?
Easy no, but like you said, a lot of people will pledge, which is great. But I think most of our climate accords are off by 20, 30 years.
20, 30 years?
That's not a backed number by a model, but I don't know anyone that's seen any data that says we are moving faster than what's needed.
Yeah,
so, and every day something new comes out. We've heard a lot about microplastics 2 panels ago. A year and a half ago, 2 years ago, nobody was talking about that. And now we're realizing it's absolutely everywhere. It's touched every bit of our planet. What are we going to find out in 4 more years?
Right. I mean, 5 years ago here in Monaco, we weren't talking about the importance of finance as much. Now it feels like there is perhaps a market pull more important. We were speaking about this earlier, Dale. How do you create a market pull? How do you create this market pull so that things will change and that companies will naturally want to go towards that because, well, it's in their interest? Can you create a market pull, or at least maybe you can start creating a market pull, but how do you do that?
Yeah, I mean, for us and the kind of investments we make, which again is more at the growth or later stage than some of the others here today, the idea is that it's a business opportunity first. That's how you get the entrepreneur, the CEO, the management team on board. The notion that, hey, if fish is your business or aquaculture is your business or waste or whatever, like you have a better opportunity to supply a market where people know where their stuff is coming from. It's a high quality. It can be traced. It can serve the needs, increasing needs of global commitments by multinational companies and governments. That is a huge need in the market, and so there's a business advantage to these companies. And that sort of, there's a saying in behavior change, sort of act your way into a new way of thinking. Basically, fake it till you make it, right? And so that's what happens, and we've seen it over and over again. So, okay, this is a business opportunity, and then then they start caring also. Like, building that conservation ethic is what helps businesses get through shocks, that they don't revert to the bad behavior also. It's sort of, now you understand that it's not only the right thing to do, a good thing to do for our business, but it's the right thing to do. And again, we're sort of fortunate that this is the case in the ocean business, basically, where ask any single fisherman, probably anywhere, but especially in emerging markets, what fishing is like versus their parent or their grandparent. They'll say, hey, my grandfather went out for an hour and caught a couple days worth of fish. I could go out all day and not catch enough for my family to eat. Everybody knows that. Everybody sort of gets the problem. The problem is the solutions and doing that at a scale that's meaningful. And that's, again, a combination of investment and governance.
Okay.
I can just speak a little bit to sort of our smaller scale effort towards hybrid financing and market pull. So we started as a nonprofit organization, and then we matured into a hybrid structure. So we still have a relationship with the nonprofit foundation, and then we have a public benefit corporation in the United States. And what that structure allows us to do is to continue advancing the foundational research around coastal carbon capture so that we can publish into open source databases, sort of the findings that we're finding in our field studies, especially related to ecological safety, social acceptance, community engagement, the kinds of questions that need to be made, the answers need to be made available to all so that we can learn together about the potential impacts and benefits of any solution. And so that nonprofit entity kind of does that work while the company itself is working on technology development so that there's an investable business model based on the sale of high-quality permanent carbon dioxide removal. And I know that there may be some people in the audience that have questions around the carbon market, and for good reason. I think just like ESG, carbon markets are coming under a considerable amount of scrutiny right now. But I actually see that as a positive thing. I see that as a driver towards more transparency and more rigor that will ultimately foster more market growth. And we've seen more commitments in the last couple of years than ever before in the voluntary carbon market that are moving towards real permanent additional solutions that can make a difference on impacting the climate crisis. And I think that, realistically, if we're talking about the risk of our portfolios, if we don't believe in the carbon market, if we don't believe that there's a financial mechanism to move towards drawing carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere, then I think we have larger questions to ask ourselves about the fate of the climate and therefore the fate of our assets, right? And so I think that in terms of financial drivers, market drivers, we've seen a lot of growth in the carbon removal industry in the last few years, and it's not enough. We're not there yet, but it is promising, and it's allowed for a lot of development.
And just to highlight their model, they started with a nonprofit, like Kelly mentioned, which was essential, I would say, to prove that what they're doing as a natural carbon solution can work at scale. We don't see this very often, and we already learned this lesson with Clean Tech 1.0. We might learn the same lesson with Blue Tech 1.0, or whatever we're going to call this phase, and more groups need to take that approach of continue to understand what they're doing, why is this working, making it available, and it has not impacted your ability to raise capital as a for-profit business as well. So it seems a little bit silly that we're not learning our lessons more thoroughly from the past.
Yeah, I would just add that as you start to grow the ecosystems around the blue economy or resilience economy or restoration economy, what we've learned is that when you start with one company, there's a knock-on effect, there's an accumulator effect which benefits other blue and green technologies. And just as an example, we came up with a plan for a zero-carbon, large-scale regenerative agricultural park, and part of the model was to distribute the produce from that in a zero-carbon way. Well, enter Via Voyages, which is creating a zero-carbon shipping fleet, which could take the produce from A to B with zero carbon footprint. Well, she needs clean hydrogen to do that. There's now a clean hydrogen production facility being developed in the port. When Dale invested into the ecotourism product in Grand Bahamas, they required a holistic approach to development, which involved restoring reefs. Well, we had Coral Vita in Conservation Cove, which is this area designed to house innovation and thought leadership in Grand Bahamas. So you see the snowballs start to create real momentum, and it's all accretive in value, whether it's the ability to share ideas. It's relevant for Monaco and what they're doing here. You can see the ecosystem that they're building. You can see it in other jurisdictions where you have that gatekeeper, like Prince Albert, who's got the will and the knowledge and the ability to convene people. You can start to see how that impact it becomes tenfold.
Someone in the audience told me, said the turquoise economy. Like, can we actually get to that, where the green and the blue economy get together and start working hand in hand, right? Are there lessons that we can learn from what the green economy has gone through in the last decade or so?
I'm happy to take that, I guess, first. I mean, there used to be something called ridge to reef, where you understand the connectivity between what's happening on land and the runoff into oceans and coastal agriculture and anything that lots of water winds up going from land into the ocean for many uses. So it's critical that these two do work in hand. And from lessons point of view, a couple of things. One is that there's the history of blended finance, I don't know, it used to be called a subsidy, right? And in farming, that's there's a lot of protectionism and there's a lot of policy around farming because of food sovereignty, really, is probably more so than food security. Those kinds of ideas are also important in emerging markets. Of course, there's a lot of lessons to learn about what not to do in that area, right? Depending on your view of economics. But there are lessons there for sure, because we see the need for food security and food sovereignty in especially emerging markets, all countries really, and the protectionism that's leading to, and subsidies. Blended finance can be called that by another name. So we have to I'm not making a judgment, I'm just saying there's lessons to be learned. And the second thing I think is the transition we're seeing in ag from monoculture to all the way, kind of go through these stages, and you have rotations, and you have organic, and then commercial organic, and people are like, oh, that's not so great, let's do a regenerative. So you got to think about that too when you're thinking about harvesting from the oceans. Aquaculture, which is now half the world's fish, is also sort of monoculture, right? And so that leads to all the same negative things that monoculture on land does. So we need to kind of leapfrog those lessons really quickly and move into a more holistic and regenerative model.
Anybody else on this question?
Just to add, I think we need to be more intentional about what capital we seek. The blue economy, I think, is much more able to benefit from research capital than the green economy was. When you think about what happened early 2010s, people were taking on equity to do everything. There weren't that many institutions that were funding battery research or some of these bigger challenges that really were in true R&D phases. So now when we see more and more opportunities for these hybrid institutions or for these financial mechanisms like Dale has with the UN fund where there is a first loss tranche, they're just phenomenal, and we need to exploit those because they're there for a reason. And hopefully we can not deploy a bunch of capital as equity into companies that really are working on a basic science problem.
How do we create long-term sustainability in the sense that so that people and companies don't revert back to dirty, cheaper solutions in the face of political or economic turmoil, for instance?
Well, I think however we can, we need to provide sort of financial sustainability to those companies. We need to create the markets that allow them to sustain their economics and keep them profitable. We need to continue to give them, where we can, support politically from a regulatory standpoint. You know, as the markets evolve, and a lot of these markets are very nascent, we need to continually lobby, or if we are in a position to change legislation, make sure legislation continues to support the continued growth and persistence of these really beneficial technologies.
Okay.
I would say, I mean, in the context of emerging markets, again, the worry about backsliding would be just the need to feed your family, and so you're not, there's this old, the old saw is, well, I made enough money, I did all this conservation stuff and I made a bunch of money, so now I buy a chainsaw, so now I can cut down the forest twice as fast. The way that, there's a couple ways to prevent against that. One is, like I said before, like the idea of a conservation ethic. And really that the behavior change is critical there. That's kind of my roots in this business, is around creating that desire to protect. And you have to meet that with the economic incentive. You can't, you can sort of, used to say you can't eat, ethic, right? Like you have to actually have a business opportunity too. But that prevents, so your first thing after, hurricane hits and destroys your enforcement tower for an MPA isn't, well, let me just go fish as much as I like. It's let's go build the enforcement, rebuild the enforcement tower. That's an ethic question. But then there's a financial question. Again, on the governance side, governments cannot afford to manage their natural resources. And I've been with enough mayors and governors where they say, okay, the grants are fantastic, but what happens after that? Right. You have to make it also an economic and politically viable solution for them.
And I would add, I think, you need to create a narrative that precipitates down to the mass market, where the solutions that we're developing today become the norm, and that people rely on them to provide them with sustainable futures. And that link between sustainable futures and these technologies needs to be enforced at every level. And it's through marketing and through narrative creation, and actually finding the unicorns and telling everyone that the new Mark Zuckerberg is not creating Facebook, but actually he's in the blue and green economy, and celebrating that person, making him a hero for next generations to subscribe to. Yeah, exactly.
Okay, we're going to open the floor to questions. Sir.
Thank you very much for your talk. This is Casper Fidden from Marcello Risk. I've got a quick question for Kelly. I thought that was a really fascinating presentation, and thanks very much. The obvious question, I think, is that you, presumably to carry on with the process of removing CO2 from seawater and the ocean, you need a hell of a lot of olivine. And presumably you produce a significant amount of carbon digging that up and processing it on land. And what I wanted to know was, what's the ratio between the carbon that you produce on land to the amount of CO2 that you remove from the ocean? Simple as that.
Yeah. So the ratio of carbon removal is roughly, for 1 cubic yard of olivine sand, you can remove about a ton of carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. The process itself, the end-to-end process of extracting the mineral, grinding it, bringing it to the project site, deploying it, that entire process is actually incredibly energy efficient, because as humans, we've been building the supply chain infrastructure for bulk commodity extraction and transport for the last 150 years. And so what you get at the end of that is a very efficient life cycle. So we're talking 90 to 95% efficiency, meaning for every ton of carbon that's emitted in the process, the full end-to-end process, we can sequester 20 tons of carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. So comparing it to other permanent carbon removal technologies, it's incredibly energy efficient, and that's, again, largely because of the baked-in supply chain efficiencies, and also the fact that the ocean is doing a lot of the work for us. The ocean is grinding down the mineral, dissolving it more quickly, and so the energy input is actually quite low.
So you're harnessing nature as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Do we have any other questions? Please don't hesitate. This is the moment to... Oh, in the back.
Hi.
Could you state your name and also the company you work for?
Yeah,
Hi.
Eric Winsler from the Savory Foundation. We've heard a lot about how to sort of deploy and how to change mindsets and create new futures. From my experience at the Danish Sovereign Fund, we've had deep dives into the Silicon Valley and their methodology of creating multiple returns, better returns if you invest in female founders and immigrant founders. How much does diversity, equity, and inclusion figure when you are trying to deploy capital or change mindsets?
I'll start. We take a major D&I lens in everything we do. But with ocean fund managers, it's actually been lagging, we would say. However, we are seeing that in our entrepreneurs. They're naturally diverse, all shapes and sizes and walks of life, which has been phenomenal to see compared to other sectors. And we do a lot in food and ag as well as energy. And oceans has been leading the way. But it really has deterred more of the like-minded allocators that we're trying to pull into this. Most of them, of course, have a D&I lens that they like to invest with. So we need much more of it. And the amount of fund managers that we have that are stale, male, and pale, as we call them, it's pretty damn high. And I'm assuming you probably have this challenge in what you do, because I think we're very like-minded in our approaches, and we need to really rethink our pipeline and how do we source talent, and what, maybe we're going to take people from corporate roles into these fund manager roles and pair them with a more classic GP type person. But it's a major topic area for us.
I would just say
I agree.
Yeah. No, it's if you manage a fund with best practice ESG standards and beyond, you're gonna be fairly focused on DEI and gender issues. We're in the 2X challenge and these kinds of metrics. But in our first fund, we have over half our. I think I have to check the math recently, but let's say roughly.
Dale, can you explain the 2X challenge, because that was one of the most positive things we've seen in our world.
My ESG person for that. I can't explain it. It means, who can tell me? Where's Natalie? Is she there? What the exact challenge? It basically is focused on hiring female or investing in female founders and having female beneficiaries, but I don't know exactly the numbers, but Natalie does if she wants to add to that.
I guess just to tag in here, I think beyond the female founders and diverse founders that you're investing in, I think there's real opportunity to look into the beneficiaries of the projects that you're supporting. We're a company within the Elemental Accelerator, and something that they've been really, really pushing the envelope on is ensuring that companies within their portfolio are prioritizing diversity, equity, and inclusion both in their companies and outside of their companies. And so I think looking down the line, even if it's not possible for you to work within that sector area and invest in diverse founders, I think optimizing for that where it's possible, and then optimizing for ensuring that there are beneficiaries within those projects that are being considered and involved in, again, the benefit sharing processes, such that it doesn't just stop at the founders, but that the equity really is equity at the project level.
Yeah, I was gonna mention the same thing. Half our founders are female in our first fund, which we found to be some of our most successful investments, but also the beneficiary side. Most fishers, interestingly, are male, but lots of the workers in the supply chain are female. So we have hundreds of those in our females in our companies that are really important in the supply chain, and so there's lots of ways to work on safety and labor standards and minimum wage issues and things like that.
I will just say it's not easy. I mean, living in a country with 400,000 people, trying to find the best talent who want to come and join you, who are, represent, the nature of the Bahamas or are, creating gender equality. It's not easy to do. They often have jobs. They have very high requirements in regards to salaries, and they're happy where they are. We've definitely struggled with, not without a lot of will to try and build proper diversity, both in gender and race and everything else. But it's not easy to do.
Maybe Natalie can explain the 2X challenge for me.
Oh, there you go.
Okay, perfect, thanks. So hi everyone, my name is Natalie. I'm the ESG and Impact Lead for Pegasus Capital Advisors. So we're the investment manager for the Global Fund for Coral Reefs. And to shed some light on the 2X challenge criteria, which also the Global Fund for Coral Reefs aims to meet. So basically it's 4 criteria that fund managers, but also the investees should commit and also then meet over time. So the criteria are either on senior leadership, so the goal to have 50%, but at least 20% senior leadership composed of female leaders. It can also be on the founders or the founders level, so to target investees that have a female founder. The third criteria is on the workforce, so to aim to have at least 50% of the workforce to be female. And beyond that, you should also then think about how can we get there. So you need to have some kind of initiative. It could be, for instance, training for females in the company to achieve this goal. And the fourth is to target your products and services for a female market. So the 2X challenge criteria requires to commit to one of these criteria and then of course to report on it and to meet it over time. I think it's the best practice now for impact investors. I would highly encourage everyone in this room from the investor side to commit to that. Of course, it also means that we, as an impact investor committed to the 2X challenge criteria, work with investees through our engagement approach, so they get the right support to be also able to meet the criteria over time. So back to the panel, thanks.
Thank you, Natalie.
Thanks, Natalie.
Thank you. Did you want to add something? No? We actually have just a couple of minutes left. If there's one last question, anybody? Well, I actually do have a question. We have a question? All right. Well, too bad.
Not a softball.
Just a small comment, actually. So the panel that we were facilitating, obviously two of the investor leads were female. No offense to Jamie. Nicole was supposed to join us. She had a family emergency. And I do think knowing some of the other fund managers here as well, there is strong leadership and talent that isn't always on stage. And with the foundation, Roman and others, we were talking about trying to put more on stage just to demonstrate that in terms of giving more visibility and accessibility. I do think in the impact space generally, but certainly knowing a lot of the fund managers who are active, that there is a good and strong effort around gender diversity in this space. It does take sometimes more effort to look, but obviously it is there, and you can find it, as per the panel that we almost had, no offense, Jamie, in that sense, be able to demonstrate this more visibly for everybody.
Thank you very much for that. Well, it brings us to the end of this panel. I'd like to thank all of our panelists here. I think we can give them a warm round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you so much again to our whole panel. Thank you to you as well, Julia, for moderating that discussion on coastal resilience. Well, that wraps it up for today's session of the Ocean Innovators Platform. Remember, the sessions start up again tomorrow morning at 9:30 a.m. There'll be a series of talks on the future of sustainable coastal tourism, shipping, seafood, as well as some great fireside chats, including one with Formula One world champion and entrepreneur and green tech investor, Nico Rosberg. We just want to say thank you again to the sponsors of this year's Ocean Innovators Platform, Coty and Barclays Private Bank Monaco. Thank you as well to all of our co-conveners, 1,000 Ocean Startups, Ocean Hub Africa, Sustainable Ocean Alliance, Blue Action Lab, Uplink, and the Solar Impulse Foundation. It's now your chance to talk about everything we've talked about this afternoon with a cocktail. That's going to be up on the observatory deck of this beautiful Monaco Yacht Club on the 5th floor. Enjoy your evening and see you tomorrow.